Last time on Madness Calls It Forth. Father John decided to take his leave of Miller's Square, St. Michael's Parish, and left Father Gregory in charge. Despite their best efforts to find him, John had disappeared. Following leads from previous encounters, Ami Ortilia decides to investigate Mending the Broken, a therapy group whose official mission is to help Rifts deal with their powers. As Ami learned firsthand, they actually use a twisted form of mirroring, supposedly designed by Dr. Esther Monahan, director of the city's municipal Institute for the Criminally Insane. While taking time to bond as a group, they stepped in just in time to save Reuben Stone, Rift of the Golem, from destroying the local mall. While looking for answers from the Mending the Broken advisory meeting, the group rolled poorly and were captured by Monahan's asylum nurses. After escaping from solitary confinement, they found their way to Esther's office, where they encountered their most dangerous enemy yet, Dr. Crystal Glass, a legendary villain whose goal was to punish those who were like her. And what she hated most, Rifts like herself. She revealed a hidden truth about the city. Everybody has a secret Payne, and Corbin Payne, a mythical avatar of mysterious origins, rules the city by spreading misery. Despite their success, bringing down the first Grail Knight, newly drawn to Excalibur's table, her evil plan went off downtown before they could stop it. A sonic blast that shattered the city. Snow Queen cursed windows filling the air, and started Dr. Knight's blizzard of hate. Father John has been gone for nearly 2 months now, but instead, the camera focuses on the fading picture of Martha Ellis's missing poster. Beside it are several more, one for celebrity swimmer Juan Delamar that tattered after weeks of abuse by the weather, another for single mother Will Harris, freshly printed. But first, the scene fades to black. What do you do, Ms. Caliburn?
My best. I will do my best. I will not engage in morose self-indulgence. I am not unaware that I lead a privileged life. I take pride in upholding the Caliburn name, the Caliburn Empire. I accept this crown of sorts gladly. It is a duty incumbent on me, and is not one I am looking to shirk. I am not some lonely spinster in a cold, dark tower bereft of love or meaning. My life, my world, fills me with purpose. Every day I use my talents, skills, and immeasurable gifts to build things, to create things, to set progress in motion, to do my best. Right now, I know that I can ring a bell, and someone will come. One of the many gifts from the name I bear, my wealth. But while I will wait for some person to arrive to assist me in whatever I need, while I wait, I know that their face will not be the face I have been waiting to see. Sometimes it feels as if I'd rather die than wait. One more hour. I have already waited so many years. Over 20 years since passion left my life. When I was younger, I thought I didn't have a choice about being Celine Caliburn, that my family, this city, chose me, needed me to do my best. But now I know ever since that night when I walked away, I made the choice. I knew it meant that some of my heart's desires may go unfulfilled, but many more would be satisfied. It was a good choice. I thought it was the best choice. But still, there are times when I question myself and everything I've become, the right of it, the wrong of it. Can passion be selected? If I could choose from every woman who breathes on this earth the face I would most love, the smile, the touch, the heart, the voice, the laugh, the very soul itself, every detail and feature to the last strand of the hair, it would all be hers.
And what would you do, Ms. Caliburn?
My best.
Your best is not good enough while you still suffer. You have so many questions, I'm sure, and you barely understand where to begin.
I seek the means to fight injustice, to create order, a world where might is only used for right, to improve instead of destroy, to turn fear against those who prey on the fearful, to do my best. In the old myths, the heroes always face trials or temptations to test their spirit. The tests almost never had a clearly right or clearly wrong answer, and so the hero would have to choose, not always selecting the correct option, but maybe the correct option didn't exist. This world only makes sense when you force it to, and I, Celine Caliburn, will not stand on the sidelines waiting for someone else to do it. There are choices that need to be made in the coming days, and I will do my best to make them. But this time, I have decided. I will be doing my best where I belong. Next to her.
The sky is gray, times are changing. This is the end of everything, but it's hard to say goodbye. In my dreams, we were meant to be, but everything feels wrong. Just doesn't feel right. It just doesn't feel right. Just doesn't feel right. Just doesn't feel
Good evening and welcome to Madness Calls It Forth, our City of Mist campaign based on the Knights of Paynetown. Before we begin, this is a content warning. Knights of Paynetown is a dark, noir-style campaign written by Son of Oak Studio and deals with issues like violence, emotional trauma, death, suicide, and among other disturbing themes. This particular episode has potential child endangerment and mental health crisis warnings, and as is the nature with stories, the campaign has historical, religious, and contemporary allusions. Please know that those of us around the virtual table have given our consent to explore these topics together as respectfully as we can, But if you, the viewer, should feel uncomfortable at any point, please make sure to step away, get some air, stretch your legs, and check in on us again later. For more information on mental health services available to you, use !get help. Tonight's episode is The Furnace. Prologue. High above the city, we see a gust of wind sweep across the screen in a cascading sway of orange treetops. A pair of headlights tracks across the small side street in suburbia as the street lamps pop on, one after another. Officer Chavi Das grips the steering wheel as Officer Matt Quinn rips apart another apple cider donut in the passenger seat. Her eyes flick back and forth, looking for something. The car pulls over to the side of the road, below an overpass. The headlights flicker overhead, and the sound here is cacophonous. Brown and yellow leaves skip down the street, collecting on a large pile heaped up against a stone barrier. Quinn shoves the last piece of donut into his mouth as the pair get out of the cruiser. Das flicks on the high-powered flashlight and focuses it on a pile on the side of the road. His mouth sticks, still full of donut. Quinn asks, "So, Das, what makes you think that this tip is different? We've been up and down these streets all day." "Just call it a hunch," says Das, and kneels. She brushes off some leaves and reveals a woman with a crew-cropped hair and a punk rock band t-shirt. She is staring listlessly into the middle distance, as if she didn't notice the piling leaves. "A hunch? It's like you have a superpower, Das." "Yeah, something like that. Now help me out, let's get Miss Harris back home." "Yes, ma'am," agrees Quinn, as the screen fades slowly to black once again. We find ourselves with the crew. It has been about a month since our last adventure, and I'd like to know what your characters have been doing. We did downtime and some character growth off screen, so in overlay order, please tell us what your character has been doing in the past month and how this has affected them. We're starting with Luca. Celine, what have you been up to?
The majority of my work has been, at first, organizing the city, organizing the chaos after the blizzard, making sure there were enough beds, that extra shelters were opened, additional help was sent out. But the last couple weeks, I have been actually back at the manor when not visiting the mirror, and I've been holed up in my office with piles and stacks of papers and folders. And every once in a while, someone will bring in another bit for me to look at. And I have been researching, trying to find out what I can based on everything that Crystal said to us.
And what did you find?
I found out something about a specific line that she said regarding me and my suffering and holding on to it. I remember it kept sticking in my head that my best is not good enough while I still suffer, and that everyone has a secret pain. And this tied with this pain person she talked about, that's what I've really been honing in on. But basically, my secret pain rules me, is what I have found. It hurts to even think about. So long as you keep it buried, it'll rule you, is what I have found. I have been reflecting on this and realizing that I do actually have something in my life that every time my mind veers toward it, I correct and get back on course, not even wanting to look at it. But I don't know that I'm quite ready to let it go yet.
So, just because this is actually really important for the rest of the campaign, I want to explain this a little bit to the audience. The secret pain is something that everyone in the city has, so much so that it can be generally ignored mechanically until a player decides to look inward enough to find this about themselves. So, every player, and in fact, every NPC, has their own secret pain that they're holding back. And throughout the campaign, you have the option in several ways to try to heal this in yourself. This will become important later on, and you'll learn more about it as we move on. But in order to heal yourself, you must use your time and attention directly to affect this status. A tier 6, aka the highest you can go, wounded status. And when you use your attention to help fix this, it slowly works its way down. Every time you get to a new tier, you're going to get a new tier 1 status healed and move up from there, kind of in reverse directions. And we'll see how far you're able to work on that throughout the campaign. But I think that's where we can stop for now, because it's a lot of gobbledygook and mechanics and whatnot. Let's move on. Next up is Ami Ortelia. What has Ami been up to in the past month?
Following everything that's been going on, Ami would have, immediately following everything that happened, she would have ran home, made sure everyone was safe at home, and collected some of her things that she knew she would be using a lot, including like a new laptop and some other things, because her last one was used as a semi-weapon at one point during...
This feels like you've done this twice in the campaign, and we've had 3 episodes.
Yeah, it just keeps like happening. So she would have collected some of her things, probably packed a bag, and made her way to the bar to kind of just like hole up as like kind of like central station. But as people were kind of coming and going, she also probably would have disappeared a bit, similar to Celine, and retreated into either her computer room, or she made a point to look into some of the like specific things that Crystal Payne had said. There was one specific line where she had said he built this city from the ground up. So she very specifically went to like the city's historical society. She went to the library. She like took her things with her where she went, just in case anything kind of happened while she was there. And while she was there, she learned a lot about Corbin Payne, or well, not a lot, but enough to learn that there's like no record of his death, that he came from an immigrant family. He lived in a specific part of town. That was where she was going to head to next. But unfortunately, every time she attempted to get too in-depth into who he was and what his life was, she was faced with a Graham subroutine alpha message, information redacted, and rift activity detected. So she was kind of faced for the first time with that, and then continuing to dig, because she has no sense of, ability to stop, and this is like one of her things. She continued to do a little bit more digging. She learned a lot about Payne Construction, which is his construction company. A little bit more about him as a person, being a philanthropist and a playboy. And then she also got a different looking denial message, like an access denied message that was like a moon shape rather than the Graham Alpha subroutine message. So she is getting stopped in multiple ways, not just one. And that is what she learned.
Excellent. Next up is Lexi. What has Lexi been doing in about the past month?
So Lexi, at the end of the last episode, went to the Polish mafia that her family is involved with, and asked for their help keeping the peace in the city in the days after the blizzard. And I think what we see on camera is we see Lexi taking packages. We see different outfits as she goes through her morning routine, but every day there is a package sitting by a park bench, and she picks up that package and she takes it somewhere else in the city. And we see her kind of replaying the conversation between herself and her father, where she asks for help. And we also get images of a character that I don't think we've seen or talked much about, which is her son, Graham. And she is feeling tense because she cut ties with that side of her family in order to give Graham a life where he didn't need to rely on them.
How have things been between you and Graham?
Not as close as they might have been. But she's thinking the holidays are coming up, Thanksgiving is a little ways away. I'm going to see him then, or worst case scenario, I'll see him at Christmas, and we'll get that chance to reconnect and see how things are going with his big college boy days.
Okay. And last but certainly not least, our very mysterious Ikaj. You were gone last episode, and so was Father John. What has he been up to in the past, 2 months at this point?
So, as he had mentioned in his sermon that everyone heard, he decided, after what happened with the group and him nearly killing everyone, that he had to step away and get some help. He's basically kind of flashed back to a lot of trauma that he never dealt with his family, losing his family. And it all hit him like a Mack truck when that happened. So for the first month, although it took him a week to actually build up his own courage to do it, he actually was seeking help. He was seeing a therapist, letting out a lot of stuff that he kind of held back for the longest time. And
to
then,
be clear, a normal sleeper therapist.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, just a normal therapist. And things were going good. He was being very careful to hide and pull back some stuff. He thought it was being good. The therapist actually had mentioned possibly letting him, be introduced to a specialist, a Dr. Glass, but it never really got to that because about a month ago, things started going crazy in the city. And unfortunately, his therapist office called and they were closing up because they were right in downtown where a lot of stuff was going bad. And John had to deal with getting help that was no longer there because talking to someone actually helped him out a lot. He was feeling better and just mentally doing better. So he went to the only person that he could think of talking to, Samantha, his wife. And for the first time in probably a decade, he went to go visit his wife and his daughter's grave. and he picked up talking because it was the only people that he trusted to talk to about the things that he was dealing with. And it was supportive. It helped him to just, like, he knew no one was there, but just getting it out there was helping him, and so he kept doing it. And this city was going crazy behind him, but he was finding his own little bit of peace until one day he came by and saw the gates to the cemetery were smashed in. And there was spray paint. There were tombstones knocked over. The entire cemetery, from what he could see, had been ransacked by vandalists. And just, he mad dashed and saw that his wife and daughter's stones were defaced, covered in spray paint. There's a chunk in one corner broken off. And he didn't do well with that. He kind of spiraled. And for the next couple weeks, he found comfort at the bottom of a bottle. He was never really a drinker before, but that numbness was good. And he couldn't be happy, so he decided that he could be numb. And about a week ago, that changed. He kept running into a woman at the liquor store that he guessed was just being friendly, and saw that he was dealing with some stuff, and so she was offering to give him something a little stronger that might help. And he kept refusing. But eventually, the numbness sounded really, really good for him. And he caved about a week ago to try something different that was being offered to him. And things got weird after that. And I don't know how much I should go into it now, or if you want me to just kind of keep going into what we talked about.
Well, you're going to
Barbara?
set us up for our next scene. So how do you see this scene happening?
I don't know if they're going to be there. They wouldn't be at the church. There would be no reason for them to be at the church.
Mm-hmm.
The only other place that he could think that they might be, or at least one person's going to be, is at the bar.
Okay.
And so one afternoon, Father John busts into Lexi's bar.
And tell me, what does Job look like? What does he feel like?
Job is not dressed like a priest. He has blue jeans on, a pair of work boots that maybe look a few decades old, and he's wearing a Henley and a cardigan. And he goes up to Lexi and it's like, I don't know where to begin. Is Lexi there even? Actually, that's a... Hey.
Yeah, I think you've managed to catch her right after like her morning walk.
Hi.
Hey,
I don't know where to begin, Lex. Other than with I'm so sorry.
I could start with a hug. I've missed you.
I would like a hug.
Get in here, big guy.
And he goes in for a big hug. I'm so sorry. It's...
We all made it out okay. And I know that's thanks to you in the end.
That's all I wanted. Because I didn't want none of that to happen the way it did. You said the others are good. I checked on Ami when she didn't know, because I heard she got out.
She's okay.
Okay.
She's okay.
Speaking of Ami, is Ami coming to the mirror this today?
Yeah, I mean, I would assume that at some point she would check in at the bar daily, if not like every other day. So, to some degree, she probably has kind of formed a small corner there, with everything kind of set up. So, I think that this being a day that she walks in, she would likely stand outside of the door and hesitate to walk in seeing Father John there immediately.
So you see him through the windows and stop for a moment. What makes you go into the building? What makes you go into the bar?
Well, she's probably like holding like a bag of Cactus Shack tacos.
You can't. You had a taste of roses, and you're like, no, I need the good cheap shit.
It's the emotional cope eating food. So she would probably stop outside of the door, see what was happening inside, see John there, and then like have to kind of like pump herself up a little bit to like walk in. And when she does, she would probably not say much, and walk up and sit down next to them and kind of set the bag of tacos down and push them across and look up at both of you and go, yeah, I know they're not Rosa's tacos, but it's what I'm going to buy, so...
I think that's a good stop. Where is Celine? Who calls her in, or is she already there?
For the sake of ease, Celine will be taking a car to the bar right now on one of her regular check-in visits that are definitely just for check-in and no other reason.
Okay. Because you said that, I'm gonna do a quick mini just scene. And as you are driving, you find that your car pulls up to a stop, and the car stops behind a small line of cars as you're leaving the old district, in front of a picturesque little cottage. Its white picket fence encases a small front garden, and there are large, broad windows that you can clearly see through. More importantly, you can see a woman clutching a mug in both her hands, staring out the window directly at you. Her eyes are gray and listless, and it's only when the car continues on that you realize that she wasn't looking at you at all, but emptily into space. But that's where I'll leave that scene for now, and we'll cut to you arriving at the mirror.
I will stride in, just taking off my coat, gloves, and setting them kind of like over top of my bag and up onto the counter. And see Father John there and just walk up and immediately just reach out, like take his hand and like put an arm up on his shoulder. Are you all right?
It's been a tough couple months and a weird couple weeks. I've been wanting
I agree with that.
I've been wanting to come in for a bit, at least for the last 6 days, but Celine, Ami, I don't know what I can say, except I am so sorry things happened the way they did. I don't know what you've been up to in the last month, and I feel even more shitty for that, because knowing the stuff that we get into, I'm sorry.
There's no need to apologize, Father.
Oh,
At
there
least
is.
Not to me. I do not need your apology. Uh, we are all very new to this. I am still learning about myself and this weapon of mine. I forgive you. I had sent someone along to your church. They read to me your last sermon. They were kind enough to take notes.
Yeah.
It was quite the exit.
With what happened to you guys and the fact that nothing happened to me, it was one of the worst days to happen to me, and it was the second time that it happened to me as well. I was not in a good place, and maybe I'm still not. Hopefully a better place, but I don't. Ami, you've been quiet this whole time, kid. I'm not here to ask for forgiveness. I'm just letting you know I'm sorry that things happen the way they are, and I don't know.
Ami at this will get up wordlessly and just walk away into the bathroom.
Yeah.
Lexi,
No.
do you,
Oops, sorry, keep going.
Lexi, do you think I can have an old-fashioned?
Absolutely. And John, that Coke?
Yeah. You got that zero stuff?
Oh,
You got that zero?
God. Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Are the oldies bonding over Coke Zero?
It's so much better.
It is. It's like, why even have the Diet Coke when you got this?
I tell ya.
So,
So,
John, this is gonna happen after the important incident. So how do you introduce that to the group?
So, I said it's been a couple weird weeks. And there's a reason for that. I kind of spiraled. I got some help, and then I lost the help, and then I spiraled. And I ended up in a weird place. Something happened to me. Something still's happened to me. I don't quite get it. I don't hate it. I've told you all about my family, right? What happened to them?
You have hinted, but I am aware.
About 22 years ago, next month, they were taken from me. Some people said I was my business construction, just straight construction. I promise you that. And even just materials for construction. I didn't build nothing. I ain't no handyman, but I was good with. Anyways, they said I was encroaching on their business, and that if I was gonna do that, they should get a cut. And I didn't back. I didn't back down from that. I'm a tough guy. I thought I could deal with whatever they do. And break-ins and broken stuff and threats became more than threats. And the reason I have whatever the hell this is that we have, I found out on that day, was because an explosion meant for me did way worse to me than kill me. Like, it took them, but left me behind, even though I was right there with them. I walked away. Not a scratch. But I couldn't save them. And so, for a couple of years, I just listlessly, I don't know, it was a blur. But my old church was there for me, and they helped me out, and I helped them out, and it stuck. And I didn't know what else to do, so I turned over to it, because helping others helped me, I thought. And then the worst day of my life happened again. Very similar, because so when that happened and my therapist closed up shop and I didn't know what to do, I went back to talk to them, my family, to their gravesites. I just liked talking. Like, it felt good. I didn't know who else I could talk to about this particular thing until a month ago, everything in the city started going crazy. And then 2 weeks later, some hoodlums or something busted into the cemetery with cans of paint and sledgehammer. I don't know what they did, but their stones were completely covered in paint, and I was holding on by a thread, and some schmuck came in and cut that thread out from under me. But after a few days in the bottle, I wasn't doing good, and so woman I kept running into one of the liquor stores I went to saw I wasn't doing good and kept offering me something to take the edge off, something to turn things around, something to make my wildest dreams come true. And I'm not proud to admit it, but I will admit it. I caved. You know, if someone gives you a pill or a piece of candy, I don't think it was candy, by the way. They just called it that. But if they give you something saying, hey, this will make your wildest wish come true, your most important wish come through, and you're at rock bottom, you'll take the candy. Because, you know, what's that gonna do? Make my wildest wish come true? Ain't gonna happen. And so I thought that, and nothing happened. It was like a weird, those with the warheads, the sour. It was sour. It was sweet and sour, but mostly sour. I hate sour candy. Anyways, so a few days later, I decided, screw it. I'm gonna do what I can, at least a little bit, and because they deserved it. They deserve to have their not be defaced. So one hungover morning, I'm out there with a scrub brush, and I had shout. I didn't have anything like cleaning wise. I had shout. I figured if it gets the stains out of my shirts, maybe I'd do something with paint. I don't know. And I'm scrubbing, and the paint's going. I could see the stone again. And for a moment, I thought maybe I scrubbed too hard. Because the stone was clean, the paint was gone. And then their names were gone. It was someone else's name. It was their stone, but someone else's name. I assumed I was completely still, you know, on the sauce. Maybe it was still in me from the night before. And then I had a feeling. I'd missed a call. And they left a voicemail. And John puts his phone on the counter. and he presses play. And he's got the volume up so that you can hear, "Honey, could you pick up some milk and eggs on your way home? Lizzie won't stop asking for French toast, and you know how she gets. So if you could grab that on your way back, that'd be great. Love ya. See you soon. Bye." And he shakily picks up the phone. That was 6 days ago.
I think dramatically, I just want to cut straight to the house. Is that okay with everyone?
Yep.
So, you're all there.
House, not apartment, right?
One moment. We'll get there in a second. Ami, you might be a bit cold, but you're there too. And tell me, what are they looking at?
It is a beautiful ranch-style home. It's got a nice, like, old wood fence around the yard. There's a large, like, bay window. There's a forest green front door that John always thought was super gaudy, but it made her happy. So it made him happy. Yeah, so you guys want to come inside?
So they're looking at like a 3-story house in the suburbs, in a part of town I believe you called the UZ. And
It was actually a part of town that was John's construction group actually helped to supply a lot of materials to build all the houses in the neighborhood. Beautiful part of town. Originally it was just referred to as the urban zone, but people didn't like that. They thought it's too nice to be that. So it was called the Utopian Zone by the neighbors and everyone who lived there. It's just like a fun way of calling it. Eventually people just started referring it to as the UZ. Because they figured if Orange County could be the OC, we could be the UC.
So this is a part of town that was pristine 20, maybe 30 years ago, but has seen its day and it has passed. However, the house in front of you is pristine. It is exactly the way it was 22 years ago. There's even a jack-o'-lantern on the front porch that perhaps you wanted to throw away, but Lizzie said no. It's exactly as you remember it, and so are your wife and your daughter. Let's say that Samantha sees you as the four of you pull into the drive and waves from one of the windows before turning back to what she's working on in the kitchen. And what do you do?
John, are you telling us? I'm just gonna glance around at the others. I apologize. I am still putting this together. I am not sure if, and I'm so sorry, Father John. I am not sure if he is hallucinating now or was hallucinating then, or what entirely is going on.
Just John's okay right now. I'm not in uniform. You guys can see the house though, right? Because I mean, there have been a few days that I just assumed that maybe I took something that wasn't.
I do see the house.
Okay, hey,
It's there.
that's. I am so glad that you said that.
Why don't, John? I'd love it if you showed us your home.
Yeah, I'd like that. Yeah, no, come in. Yeah, come in.
She's gonna get out of the car, in her coat, and just head up to the front door, following him.
Lexi has been chain smoking since the first conversation, and is like sitting back on the car, just kind of looking at the house.
I'll also say the car that Job has driven everyone in is a very different car you haven't seen before. Also looks about 20 years old.
I'm
Yeah.
just gonna take note of the little garden beds and the grass. Does the lawn still have sod marks, like as if this is brand new to this development?
No, because it looks lived in. So
Okay.
I would say that doesn't look like it's brand new. But they've been here for a while. Perhaps Lizzie even grew up here. And you see the house looks lived in, but like very well maintained. Someone has obviously gotten into garden recently, and there are flowers that are just starting to wilt in the cold. And
Okay.
it looks exactly as it should be.
I see Celine looking at the garden and everything. I'm like, I double checked too. I made rounds on this place. We've seen people set up duplicates of something before. Granted, it was a carnival sideshow act that turned crappy, but. And he points to some flowers, and you see a small concrete pad with 2 small handprints in it. I don't think they would have gotten all the details as right as this is.
Speaking of details, you fumble for your keys and open the door, and when you do, you hear the scream of "Daddy!"
Hey, Lizzie, and
Lizzie-
picks her up.
Yep.
Hey, you staying out of trouble? You helping your mom at dinner?
Yeah, I am. Can we have French toast again?
You guys, we did French toast. Yes, you can. You can have all the French toast you want. If your mom gets mad, let her get mad at me.
You see Samantha duck in from inside the kitchen, and she said, "John, you know we can't have French toast. I told her already. We're having meatloaf, and she's going to like it." Yep. Continue.
Maybe we can sneak you out some ice cream. How about that, kiddo?
Okay, fine.
Yeah, but you gotta finish your meatloaf. You gotta get all the vegetables. I know you don't like carrots, but hey, think of it this way: carrots equal ice cream.
Can you describe Can you describe what Lizzie and Samantha look like?
So Samantha is kind of a taller woman. She's got red hair, up in a tight ponytail right now. She's got freckles and like these amazing emerald eyes. She's actually a little bit taller than John, which she likes to hassle him about and prod at him about. And Lizzie, Lizzie's just a carbon copy, smaller version of Samantha. Although just much more of a free spirit, and walking down the hallway, you probably see like taped up drawings and paintings just along the hallway, and you don't see a refrigerator, you just see a pile, what looks like just a pile of taped up pictures that we occasionally get food out of. Did you clean your room up? I know your mom said to clean it this morning. Did you get to that?
Yes, I did.
Sam?
It looks better, but it's not perfect.
Okay. Well, then maybe I jumped the gun a little too quick on the French toast, but why don't you go run and get that finished up before dinner, and don't forget to wash up. You got that, kiddo?
She nods enthusiastically, excited for ice cream, because you did say that she could have it eventually.
I know you told me not to cut down on the sweets for her, but you know what? She deserves the sweets, kid. Sam,
Lexi looks over as this conversation is going on at Celine and mouths, "Not old enough."
What do you mean by not old enough?
It's, I mean,
Well,
like,
what is she referencing?
She's kind of gesturing at Lizzie.
Mm-hmm.
They died 20 years ago, and she hasn't aged at all.
Yes, you definitely notice that Father John does look, or sorry, John now. John looks the exact same age you remember him being, but these two are the same age they were when they supposedly passed.
Lexi's gonna say that, like, mouth that, and, like, Celine has been so just kind of not even knowing where to start, like, unraveling what she is looking at, that this realization just kind of hits her, and she's just gonna look over at Father John and try to take in how he seems. Does he seem feverish at all? Is there, and what, on a level of 1 to crazy eye, where is he?
Now, this is the kind of thing I would normally be like, roll a vibe check. Let me see if there's a word thing for that.
Wait, no, I have a thing for this. It is, shit, hold on, what tab am I in? Okay, no, my Celine has this, and it is bullshit detector.
I thought you were going to bring that one up. Tell me, Yikash, is Job lying? Is Job crazy?
Job is incredibly happy, incredibly sad, incredibly confused, incredibly happy,
And not crazy in the slightest.
and incredibly truthful. Sam, Samantha, these are the folks I was talking about.
No, I still don't understand. I don't understand how you all met, but he cannot say. He has said the nicest things about all you. I've made
we
plenty
met
of
through
food.
a local establishment. I run a lot of charitable organizations, and he helped out.
I didn't know you did charity, John. Well, there's a lot I don't know about you, and I love learning new things about you every day, John.
Celine realized as she was about to speak that bringing up the church would not be canon, and so tried to keep that as vague as possible. And it's wonderful to meet you, Celine Caliburn. Samantha, was it?
Yes.
Are you a stay-at-home mother, Samantha, or
Oh
do
no,
you
I mean,
help out with the business? I know John here does quite a bit in construction, isn't that right, John?
Yeah, I mean, she would help out with the business, but she's only because she knows what she's doing. Ain't that right, Samantha? You got...
I've got my own work, of course. I do some event planning. Organization is everything to me, and even though it's not John's strong suit, I think it works out in the end.
Can I attempt to take off my coat and just hang it on the peg here?
You hang
and
up
I'm
your
just
coat.
gonna check back periodically to make sure that, like, the simulation hasn't reset. And
Sure.
my coat is gone.
It stays there the entire night. In fact, we're going to do a few, it's a quick montage of scenes as you're meeting, and you're meeting Lizzie for the first time, and you're sitting down for dinner, and as Sam goes into the kitchen to start cleaning up, I hope you don't mind if I do this now, Chrissy. But there is a kind of stillness and quiet as Lizzie and Sam kind of walk into the kitchen and start cleaning. Lizzie attempts to help her mom, but you hear some splashing going on.
So Ami has been eerily quiet this whole time, taking all of this in. And as we are sitting around I'm assuming like a small kitchen table or a dining room table, watching all of these things kind of just like unfold, all of these like stories, like listening to Celine even kind of just be like, oh, you're in construction, and me thinking to myself, what the fuck? Like she, like her head is like reeling with what is going on. So she's going to just like set a glass down, like, and look up at everybody and go, so is nobody gonna acknowledge any of the bullshit, or are we all gonna sit here and try to pretend like John playing house is okay? Because this is fucking
Are
insane.
you saying like the ghosts aren't here, right? They're in the kitchen.
They're in the kitchen.
Yeah, okay. I'm just is John in here with us?
Yep, you are all four together.
John, how long were you taking those candies? And does the woman still work at that shop?
Just one piece will bring your sweetest wish to life. That's what she told me. Just one.
I'm gonna look at the other two. It's a little concerning to me that he did not actually answer my question and instead cited propaganda towards me.
I just took one about a week ago. Nothing happened. Nothing came out of it. I didn't feel anything. And what I told you all back at the bar is what happened.
So
Their stones are... It's their stones. I've been to those stones so many times. I could walk in blindfolded and find them in a hurricane.
no, but you have got to see, and maybe I'm the only one who's like a little bit upset here.
Do you
but,
know
like,
how... Yeah,
you
no.
disappeared. You have been gone. And
Yes!
now suddenly you come back with your family, and we're all just supposed to be like, oh yeah, Father John's back. Like, come on. Like, can you not see what, like, this is glaringly concerning. And like,
Why?
not only concerning, but wildly, like, where everyone's like, oh, you're okay. So glad you're back. We've heard nothing. And now suddenly you come back and you're playing house.
I want you to know, I gave so much thought into just accepting that I had finally lost it. That I'd taken something that just destroyed the last bit of my brain that I couldn't get myself. But I needed to see you. I needed to talk to you. I needed to apologize. And when you encounter some of the weirdest shit you've ever encountered with a group of people, and then suddenly something weirder comes up, I had fully expected to pull up to the car and you ask why I was hugging a raccoon in a dumpster. I fully expected that. And part of me was kind of hoping that that was the case because it meant, okay, I'll take the final answer that I've completely lost it. But you guys see this. I mean, you see this. You feel this. You hear this.
John.
Okay, but here's the thing. No, wait, we're still not acknowledging any of this. Like, okay, now I'm getting frustrated now. And I'm going to try really hard to keep it calm. But, Father John, you disappeared. We needed you. You were gone.
I know.
No, you don't know. Because you don't know what we went through. And you don't know what happened to Celine. And you don't know what happened to us. You weren't here. And to come back and see what you have been doing is playing house with a family that we thought was dead. What are we supposed to do with that? Sure, I get it. You took a candy and all your wildest dreams came true. It sounds pretty on par with the shit that we've been dealing with. But I'm not going to sit here and say that it was okay and that your sorry is good enough. It's not. You were the closest thing that I've ever had to a father, and you disappeared when I needed you. And then you show back up and you want me to pretend like you making French toast for this kid is gonna sit well with me? What do we do with this? Yeah, we have to get to the bottom of it, but like, where do we go from here?
Ami,
No,
give them
No.
some space.
she's right. I don't make great decisions. Like jumping in front of a moving car. Or running into a burning building, or going hand to hand with some kind of robot person. But the reason for that is the same reason that 22 years ago, when I lost everything and I was still here, and I spent quite a while trying to not be here. It doesn't work. And so when I lost the closest thing I got to a family again, and again it was because of me, and again I was here. I don't know what you went through, but I don't know if you know what I went through losing my family again. The only people I ever let into my life, even a little. I don't, honestly, the thing that broke me I pulled you out of that rubble. Someone had to call the hospital, but I pulled you out of the rubble. You didn't have a pulse, kid. And I did that. That was me. That wasn't some freak author of some twisted book who became part robot and tried to kill us. It was me. I don't know what I did. I lost it. I think I did something. I can tell you. I don't know if it actually was something that happened that was me, or if maybe the Pemax got there. Maybe I don't know how to check a pulse. But and I knew you three were going to make it. I also knew I was so close to losing you again. And if I stuck around, this broken thing up here said I was going to end up doing a lot worse to you. Maybe it wouldn't be so good for you. Maybe it wouldn't turn out the way it did. So yes, I ran. Because I don't know what else to do. I didn't know what else to do. I tried to get help. I tried to do... It took me a while. But I was talking to someone to try and fix whatever is up here, you know? But then everything went to shit. And then, I was in a hole. And then someone said, hey, you look like you're having a shitty time. Have some candy. And I said, yeah, fuck it. Why not? And then this happened. And yes, I made French toast. Yes, I got to hold my girls again. And I could have just stayed in whatever drunken stupor some acid-laced Jolly Rancher would have left me in, and I could have just accepted it, because God knows I've wanted to just wither away and die for the longest time. But I knew, and I know, there's something here. And if a schmuck like me can get onto something that does this, his wildest, sweetest wish. What do you think that the average person going through what they're going through in the city would have to wish for? What would they want? What's their deepest, most dark desire that they want? So I came to you. I don't expect forgiveness. Hell, I don't deserve forgiveness. And I know that. But if this is not real, if my deepest wish is to have this, I can't imagine who's got what wishes out there. If I can bring back 22 years of my life that I've lost out on, the fact that you're here and that you see this and you're talking to them and you had her meatloaf.
Ami is going to slam her hands on the table and stand up and go, I don't give a fuck about your past. What I'm concerned about is our future. And you have failed to understand how important this is to the rest of us. Your actions were not you, and we're all aware of that. Stop using it as an excuse, John. And she's gonna get up and walk out.
Ami, you smell it first. A lingering smokiness that cuts through the cigarette smoke. Something is burning.
I will walk to the smell.
You are approaching the front door when you see that the door itself is slowly cindering. It's peeling away and burning. It is catching fire.
Ami will dart back into the kitchen or the dining room in which she was attempting to make an exit.
Look, if you want to keep yelling at me, I understand. Just let me have it. I deserve it.
Listen, this is no longer about you. We need to get everybody to safety. Something's happening to the house immediately.
You
It's
look
on fire.
across the room, and the same burning you saw on the door, the entire house is starting to slowly peel and burn and char.
Celine's gonna stand up and move to get people out. Very much
Is there a
woman in
window?
charge, and there's an emergency. I'm ushering.
Is there a window in this room?
Sure, you tell me.
Lexi grabs a chair and just hurls it out the nearest window
Okay.
and goes out through that.
Okay.
Come on.
John rushes into the kitchen.
John,
Uh,
they're not there.
Celine knows this without even following him, and so is going to follow him and just grab his shoulder and say in the most authoritative voice she can, "We need to go." John,
You know,
let's go.
I expected this.
Now's not the time, John. House is burning down. And she is pushing him out.
As you say that, something bursts from the oven and consumes half of the kitchen.
Yeah, I'm gonna duck, holding him and just shove him towards that dining room window.
Lexi, as soon as he darted back the other way, is not going to go through the window until John is out first, because he's the one least likely to just get the fuck out. So she'll grab him and drag him out if need be.
At this point, half of the house is ablaze. You see fire coming from both of the bedrooms, and slowly, bits of the ceiling are clattering to the ground in ashy white smoke.
Ami, we need to go. And I am making sure people are getting out of this window.
Last minute, as I dart out, I will snatch one of the drawings off of the wall.
Okay. And as you do, you all are able to get out of the house. And you watch from the sidelines as the house slowly burns to the ground.
John just stares blank faced at it, not even crying.
I assume the rest of the houses are fine.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm just gonna look around at Ami and Lexi. We should leave. John, we should leave.
As you walk away from the house, as it smolders, slowly it fades and becomes an empty lot of grass, as if there was nothing there, and there isn't. And with that, we'll take our first break. Hello and welcome back to Madness Calls It Forth, a City of Mist campaign based on Knights of Paynetown. When last we left our adventurers, well, John got to see his family die a second time. Let's hope there's not a third. Now, what do you want to do now?
While we're in the car, Celine is going to just look over at Ami and Lexi and just, if you wouldn't mind, if we could take a particular route back to the bar.
Okay.
And I will, because I assume one of them is driving and not, in fact, John, since he's going to be out of it. I assume someone would have stepped up to drive and it wouldn't have been Celine because she doesn't know how.
We're in Ami's little car, whatever it is. I was gonna say beat up, but I'm sure it's not beat up.
Like a
what do you-
90s Civic hatchback.
What do you drive again?
It's a little Honda Civic hatchback.
There we go. Cool.
But it's like much nicer than you would expect it to be, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
It's gotten reupholstered.
It's a 2020 or 2022 version of the car.
I will just tell Ami the instructions to drive by a cottage with the dead-eyed woman from before.
And so you arrive at a very, honestly, slightly out of place, beautiful little cottage in the old town, and old district, whatever it's called. And the lady is still there. She's still staring absent-mindedly out the window.
Okay. I'm just gonna look at the others. If you could bear with me for just a moment, I'm so sorry this is going to seem out of nowhere, but I've stopped believing in coincidence lately. So I feel like what is that? It's a hunch. When a hunch begins to form, I feel like I should act on it. And so I am going to, as Ami stops the car out front of this cottage, I'm going to just step out. And did you say the woman was still just standing there?
She's in the window. She is still staring at you. This is the same day.
I'm going to come up to the fence and just put my hand on it and then open the gate and walk up the front walk towards the door. Do her eyes follow me?
Nope.
Hey, I am going to ring the doorbell, and I'm actually going to do a very small, polite knock as well.
There is no response.
I'll just walk back down the walk, looking at the ladies in the car, and then look back at the woman staring in the window. And then I am going to go try and open the door.
Okay.
With
I'm
just
just
a
gonna
little
watch this
polite.
happening and be like,
Hello?
are
You tell me.
we just gonna watch her break and enter into this house, or are we gonna try to stop her?
Did you explain why you wanted to go to this weird house?
Other than a hunch, because I don't actually know why I want to. Does that make sense? Celine is acting very much on strange instinct. She doesn't know what she's acting on. She just knows she noticed something odd that stuck with her.
Mm-hmm.
And then more odd things have happened, and just given everything over the last however many months, she wants to investigate.
The door is unlocked.
After Ami is like, are we just going to watch her break and enter? Lexi's going to think on that and say, no, I like that she's taking initiative. I think I'm going to help her and open her door and follow after her.
Yeah. As I open the door, I'm going to look back at them, and I am going to step into this house.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to try and walk, find whichever room this window is, walk into this front room.
You are in what looks like a fairy tale Princess Perfect little cottage. It looks... something seems a little bit off. But you do find this old woman is sitting in a armchair by the window, staring off into what seems like nothing.
Feeling completely out of her element. Celine is just going to gather up all of her. Nope, I'm doing this thing. And she is just going to walk very confidently up to this woman.
Mm-hmm.
And just try off. Hello, I am Celine Caliburn. Ma'am, are you all right? And see if she responds. Okay.
Hello, dear. I'm sorry, I didn't notice you come in. And she'll turn to you with the same gray eyes, but this time she will look at you. You see a woman who is woefully thin. A thick shawl is wrapped around fairly plain clothes. She has short, stubbly hair. She looks plump, but also like she hasn't eaten in a few days. But her most notable feature is her kind of depressed gray eyes. Oh, I'm so sorry, dear. I didn't see you come in. Do I know you?
I don't believe you do. I just had some friendly neighborly concern. I happened to drive by earlier and noticed that you seemed very forlorn. I just wanted to check in on you. It seemed that you perhaps lived alone. I'm going to say this kind of looking around the house. And I just wanted to make sure that you were, in fact, all right.
Mm-hmm.
And may I attempt to look beyond the mist?
You most certainly can. You want to investigate beyond the mist. Of course, it's the one thing I don't have notes on my screen, so feel free to read it for us.
Yeah, in some cases, when you reach inside to get in touch with your mythos, you can feel the truth behind things without even knowing how. Play it out like an investigate move, but roll plus mythos instead. On a hit, you get clues equals mythos. In some cases, it is not enough to work with your abilities. You must tap into something deeper if you want to uncover the mythical forces that operate behind the veil of the mist.
Excellent. Describe what this looks like and how you are looking beyond the mist.
So I am just going to, like, my bracelet will almost mist itself for a second, as if it is about to transform into something useful. And it will just kind of slide over my hand like a gauntlet of sorts.
Interesting.
An armored gauntlet. And I will just kind of clench my fist and just hold it to me, looking around this house and looking down at the woman, trying to see past what my eyes are seeing.
Okay. You look beyond the mist and see not a lot. You see your companions who are slowly, I assume, making their way into the house. But the woman in front of you is a sleeper, which means she has no mythos about her. However, there is a very, very faint trace of the gingerbread witch on her. It's not her mythos, per se, but something from a different source.
Can I tell where that source would be? Like, is it like coming off of her? Is it coming off of the house?
The oven.
Does it seem to be manifesting with her, or did she just come in contact with it and it has left her kind of touched?
No, it's funny you say the oven because you do in fact get the faintest vision of a burning oven.
If I get that, I am immediately going to just like stand up straight, turn, and walk to find the kitchen, having been in a house that just burned down and the oven erupted.
Okay. You stumble into the kitchen. It's very plain. There's not a lot of knickknacks or things you think you would collect by, living in a house for 80 years. But there's nothing wrong with this kitchen as far as you can tell.
And if I open that oven, there's
Nothing inside.
nothing horrific inside.
Nothing inside.
Okay.
However,
okay,
what I will say is you do hear something coming from the room next door. Before we get to that scene, though, what is everyone else doing in the house?
Lexi's probably following Celine, trying to be as quiet as possible. She'd rather not have this person know that there are more people coming in.
How about John? What are you doing?
I think he's back at the car with Ami and
Not
we go
looking at
in?
each other.
yeah, just still kind of just looking out the window at them and like, I don't. Do we go in? They probably need backup. I don't know what's going on, but they might need us. I don't know, kid.
And Ami, what are you doing?
Ami will hold the drawing that she snatched off of one of the walls. Is it still present, or is there anything left of it?
You're holding a white sheet of paper.
So I will hold that up and go, listen, man, as much as I would have loved for that to have been your happy ending, I think we've got bigger fish to fry right now. I'm real sorry.
No, part of me was expecting that days ago. Let's just check on the others right now.
Yeah. And she will get up and head in. Since she was not necessarily told we were trying to stealth, she's just gonna wander in since everyone else kind of seemed to kind of laissez-faire about the whole thing, not really understanding what we're even doing here. And just
Yeah, same. Celine has
hunching.
no idea what she's doing here.
yeah, so Ami likely would have just hit the front door and been like, hello, what are we doing here? Like,
With that loud of a yell into the house, Celine, you hear someone hit their head and go, shit!
I'm going towards that sound.
You wander into the laundry room where you find a tall man with a mop of sandy blonde hair, and he seems to be rooting around in this woman's laundry baskets. He pulls up a pair of leather pants, black leather pants, roots around in the pocket, and then finding nothing, he'll throw it on the ground and look around and notice that you're there.
Hello?
Oh, I didn't hear you come in. Sorry, do I know you?
I don't believe I do. What was your name?
My name's Hans.
Rooting around in old woman's laundry, huh?
Oh,
I'm gonna jump as Lexi looks and says that, just because I feel like I am so on edge and out of my element, trying so hard to be like, I'm an investigator. I don't know what I'm doing. But yeah, as you said, I'm absolutely gonna jump and just like, oh my god, Lexi. Yes, hi, Hans. I am Celine. Do you live here? Is this your laundry?
oh, yeah, not mine per se, but it's my grandmother's.
She frequently
That
wear
sounds
leather
like
pants.
bullshit.
Fuck, how many people are you? Who do you... Oh, Lord. Well, I guess John's still in the car, technically, unless he's followed Ami in.
No, I was
we
probably the
came
last one in.
inside.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many of them... What are you doing here? Can I help you?
First off, his grandma? I don't believe that for a fucking second.
Shocking!
Does my bullshit detector go off?
None of us believe anything.
Do you want to make a move to see if it does?
Yeah, so it's probably just investigate using my bullshit detector tag, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would assume.
Okay. You're going to have to do the conversation, but yeah, you can make an investigate move roll.
Yeah. I'm just gonna continue to ignore his questions of who we are. Because honestly, and what we're doing here, because honestly, again, Celine doesn't really understand what she's doing. She's just,
Celine,
she's...
Celine, I am invoking your weakness tag, very conspicuous in weapon form because you have not yet put away your gauntlet.
I have not. No, I have not.
So that's to make it a little more difficult for him to trust you. But feel free.
Mark attention for that. Don't
Correct.
forget. I will help
shit.
you out.
What happens when I get 3 attention?
It's good. You're gonna get an
Oh,
upgrade.
okay. Alright.
Yep, you have the opportunity to upgrade when you reach 3 attention, or
This
you have
is
your own
like-
special moves you can use when you want to
I got a 9,
investigate your secret
even
thing.
with the weakness tag.
Excellent. A 9 is a mixed success. So let's see.
They must give you either a straight answer or a solid lead, it says.
Okay. They can also choose one. So that's me. Investigation exposes you to danger. The clues are you get a fuzzy and clear part true, part false. And whoever or whatever you're asking the question gets to ask you one question as well. You can answer on the same terms.
Okay.
I will decide what that is in a moment, but you need to ask your question.
Okay, I'm going to say, what are you doing going through this laundry?
You see, my grandmother, she was in a sort of business. She used to make a special medicine that I take, and I was hoping that she still had some.
I'm going to look at him and then glance back towards John. Did she make candy?
Yes, she did.
Does this candy
Special.
grant wishes, so to speak?
I
Hans?
guess, in a way.
You seem awfully keen to find it, Hans. I can only assume that it is not the usual sort of candy. Like, oh, I wish I had a Mars bar right now.
Yeah, you could say it's special, kinda. What?
Where's your sister, Hans?
What's up?
I said, where's your sister, Hans?
Do you know my sister?
No, but it's not my first time around the block.
Isn't your sister Greta, I want to say?
Greta? No, jeez.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I must have had the name wrong.
Did
Celine
you?
had a moment where she was feeling smart, and then now she is not. She is back to confused.
Did you? Do you take? I'm using the. They get to ask you a question.
Yeah. I will answer it in the same vague and unhelpful way.
Who's your dealer?
That guy. I'm moving back to Father John.
It's always the ones you least expect.
So, do you have any candy then?
He does not. How can we help you with this? Is that your grandmother in the other room?
Yes, Grandma Rosina. She's not feeling well. I'm just checking in on her while I'm here.
I can see that you are quite the caretaker there, Hans. With her not feeling well, you being in here searching through pants.
Well, I gotta get going. If you're looking for candy, she, I guess, doesn't have any.
Lexi will step in front of him if he tries to leave.
Could would you let me go, please?
I used to get my stuff from Will. You know her?
No, I don't.
All right.
Does she go to the bowl? Is she there?
Bowl? I haven't. It's been a while. I just ran out. Maybe. Is that where a lot of stuff gets found there?
Yeah, there's I think there might be a dealer there if you need to get some.
Yeah, I gotta figure out lines again. Supply chains, all that. This economy, right?
Well, you should be working for Foxy, aren't you?
I only just got into this game, man. Will hooked me up. But if Foxy's who they were getting stuff from, then I probably should speak with them before, shit gets real. Know what I'm saying?
Well,
Lexi, knowing what drug dealing and shakedowns look like, just cracks her knuckles really loudly at that.
I don't think that's necessary.
I hope it's not.
You work with Foxy, or do you know how I can get in touch with him?
She
Sorry.
spends a lot of time at the bowl whenever it's in town. Just go to the next event.
You know where it's being held?
Job or Lexi, whoever prefers it, would you please roll to convince?
Give me a second. My computer is absolutely
You're fine.
falling asleep on the job.
You can always just roll 2d6.
I can take it if you want.
I could try it too.
You go ahead, because something's going on here.
I will ask though. Am I taking a weakness that was recently discussed there?
No.
Okay.
John, I'm also going to give you +1 for helping.
Okay. So that would bring it to a 7 for convince.
A 7. That's also a mixed success. On a mixed success. Oh no. Oh, you didn't add your 1. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
I said it right as the roll came out.
Yeah.
I didn't see it first, though.
Like I just pressed the button and you said you're giving a 1, so I didn't add it in when I rolled it.
That's fine. So a 7 is a mixed success. On a mixed success for convince, so you need to create a power 2 status to give them to convince them. And they can either take that or give in a little, but protect their own agenda.
Look, I just need to get a location, and I won't mix you up in this.
You're giving him.
We're not looking.
Oh, yep. Sorry. Keep going.
Oh yeah, I ain't looking for no trouble. I'm just trying to, since you happen to bring it up, and we both seem to be going the same way. Maybe give me a little information, and I can hook you up down the line. You know.
And what is the status you want to give him?
Considering he's digging through the laundry of an old woman, I'm gonna put desperate on him.
Gotcha.
Here's a knife that'll cut both ways.
You know what? I do need to get going. You know what? Sydney Storage 116, okay? But I'm not coming with you, and I'm not vouching for you.
I don't even know you.
Exactly. And with that, he's going to skirt around Lexi. And
She'll step aside.
And he'll quickly grab his things and leave. Is there anything you want to do before we cut to our next scene?
I'm going to see. Oh, go ahead, Ami. Yeah. No, you first, because I know what you're doing. So do that.
Ami would not have bothered with the guy in the kitchen.
Okay.
Because if there were 3 people standing there, she would have been like, oh, they have that covered. And probably would have just wandered around and moseyed into the room and sat down next to Grandma.
Mm-hmm.
She wants to kind of like attempt for the first time with another person to expand her senses, to get flashes of what was here before, like an understanding of like why, because there was the feeling that there was no rift coming off of her, but there was a rift somewhere present. Utilizing her tags of flashes of what was here and her new tag of can you feel that, of like can she sense what is absent or what is there.
Interesting. And so what does this look like in frame?
So you would probably see Ami sit down and like if she's sitting in a chair facing out the window, she would probably face with her back against the window facing the woman on the ground, just kind of like a little bit dejected, a little bit like, well, let's see how this goes, and attempt to do some sort of like, I want to call it like a meditation, but it probably isn't quite that, where she like attaches herself like to the person by like touching their foot or like doing something like that in an attempt to see what was happening prior to them being here.
Okay. And so you're going to, I assume, roll to investigate beyond the mist or look beyond the mist?
Yeah.
Or do you just want to do a regular investigation?
Beyond the mist.
Okay, feel free to roll it for me, please.
Where did it go? It's not in.
Oh, roll it just as an investigate, then add whatever
Okay.
number of mythos you have.
Okay.
So I think it's 2d6 plus 2 for you.
hmm Well, the result was a 9,
Okay.
so yeah. But that should have been
That should have been a 7.
minus a
It doesn't
2.
matter.
Yeah. So, yeah, correct. Thank you.
There we
'Cause
go.
It did the +2 and then the 2 power, so that wasn't
Yep.
right.
Just make sure to hit reset before you roll again. On a 9, you spend your clues 1-to-1 to ask the MC a question about the subject of your investigation or ask another player a relevant question about their character. They must give you either a straight answer or a solid lead. They also can choose to make it dangerous, fuzzy, or they get to ask the question. She's unlikely to ask you a question, so go ahead. What do you want to ask about her general mythos?
Why? I suppose the question she would probably try to tap into is, like, where is it now? Like, if it's not coming from her currently, where did she, like, did she give it away in the candy? Did she give it to somebody else? Like, where is her mythos? And why is it, like, just like a ghost of something present rather than there? Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally.
Do you want exact words?
No, that's totally fine.
Chrissy doesn't have words.
That's fine. I'm trying to find a good answer to give you, so give me 1 second. Do you have a second question while I'm thinking about it?
The next question would probably be along the lines of, how long has she been here, and has she been here doing this for, like, prior to the chaos and the whole umpteenth? Like, what is her connection to the riot?
Gotcha. What I'm going to say is that first I'll answer how she got here, and then I'll respond to why does she seem the way she is. You get some visions of a semi-awake, semi-lucid Rosina, and you watch as she walks slowly home. She is not wearing the appropriate clothing for the weather, and she has those same gray eyes you see her with now. But she's also with a younger woman dressed in a white fur coat and a sparkly mini dress. And this woman looks very concerned for her. And you watch as she walks her up the path toward the house, gets her situated, and looks around the house and realizes there isn't anything there. And, pats Rosina on the lap before leaving the house. And that's kind of a vision you get of the past. As for why she feels the way she is now, I'll be straightforward and give you a pretty big clue. You get the feeling that someone used that gingerbread witch mythos on her. And there's something more to that you can't quite delve into. You still don't understand quite what the burning sensation or smell you feel around this person is. But you feel like it affected them. It's a bit vague. I apologize, but I think that's a good clue for now, so you can know what you're getting into later.
Sure.
That's my fuzzy incomplete or part true, part false, I guess. It might also be exposing you to danger, but that's fine. And we will cut here and move on to our next scene, which happens at Sydney's storage. Unless you want to go somewhere else specifically.
No, that was the next place I marked, and if we don't find anything there, I think the bowl is another place I picked up on.
Okay.
But is there any, if I check the pantries in here, are there any crackers or anything?
There's very minimal food, lots of canned food, and maybe a few saltines, but not much.
It
seems like someone has come here once, maybe twice in the past couple weeks. And
Okay.
she
Selena
has
doesn't
food,
know
but not nearly. She's not taking care of herself very much.
I'm gonna grab a box of chicken and biscuits and just kind of take it out. I don't know my way around a kitchen. I'm not making her a sandwich or anything. It would be disastrous if I tried. But I'm just gonna take it out to the old lady and just.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that you do get feeling better. Is there someone coming to check on you?
Oh, yes. I'm sure she'll be back at some point. Who are you?
Celine Calibrin.
Nice to meet you, Celine. I'm sorry, I don't have any tea at the moment.
Not to worry. I will be taking my leave now. However, maybe I just send someone by in a little while just to make sure that you're making out okay. And then I am going to leave. My awkward intrusion to this woman's home now done.
Okay. At that point, we cut to Sydney storage. You are standing outside unit number 116. And it's kind of you are in the industrial district. So it is loud and hot all around. Well, cold. It's November. What am I talking about? It's loud and cold, and there's billows of smoke all around you. However, in front of 116, you see a bit of light leaking through the cracks in the garage door, and a bit of heat radiating from inside. What do you do?
Is everyone here, I guess, the same? Okay, I'm gonna just put my hand up on the door and just.
We have a plan. We're gonna look for this Foxy person, or apparently that's where they got it from.
Should we open the door?
Had a little bit of a vision back there with the lady. I'm not sure if this is the Foxy character we're looking for, but there was a young woman dressed all in white who was helping Grandma, so maybe
Like
keep an eye out.
like nurse's uniform white, or just happen to be wearing white?
No, it was more like a clubbing outfit.
Oh.
Sequins, things like that. So, a little more flashy.
Hey, Proper.
Mm-hmm.
Can I have made a call in the car ride over here?
Of course. What do you want to do?
I think I want to call, if I have their number, I'd love to call one of the detectives that keeps bothering me.
Okay. I assume you mean Das?
Probably.
Okay. Let's. What do you call her for?
I call Das and I say, "Hey, two things. There's a lady, and I give the address over at this address, and I don't think she's taking care of herself, and I don't know how to reach out to like her next of kin or whatever. So if you could send somebody by to like check on her. Also, do you? There's like a. I've been hearing about a candy that's been getting passed around. Do you know anything about that?
Does
Drugs, maybe.
Is that a new name for some kind of drug out there?
Something about your wildest dreams coming true. I know somebody who was in a low place, and I'm worried that they may be slinging something new. If there's anybody I can keep my eye out for at the bar, just to make sure they aren't like hanging around, I want to keep my nose clean.
I think I may have heard a thing or two about this. I mean, I've heard the same rumors as you. Everyone I've talked to says crazy, wild things, like it does grant you a greatest wish or whatever, but I don't know if I believe it. Now, obviously, I would have to bring you in if I found you were dealing it or were involved in some way, but if you have information, I'm more than willing to look into it for you.
There's a woman, Will. That's who my friend who was in a low place got hers. Is from.
Will, do you have a last name for Will?
And Lexi will look over at John. No, but maybe a description?
Sure. You describe this woman as best as John can tell you. And she'll tell you, it sounds like you're describing Wilhelmina Harris.
Could be.
I'm not supposed to tell you these things. These are obviously not secrets, but we did find her recently.
Found her?
She went missing for a few days, and I believe it was her sister or something called to report her missing. She looks a little beat up, a little depressed, but she's safe.
Staring off into space, though?
Yeah, she doesn't want to talk about what happened to her, and it's not my story to tell, but she doesn't look super well.
All right. Well, thank you. I'll keep an eye out for any of this, and if it does find its way to the mirror, you'll be the first to know.
Okay.
We have kids who come in there,
Of course. We appreciate that. If you need anything, let me know, okay?
You got it.
And that ends your call. Now tell me...
Closes flip phone.
Tell me, do you want to use that to change the game in any way for you and your teammates?
I don't know what that would look like right now, but I'm happy to roll for it.
I guess you're not really using your abilities. I mean, you're using your abilities as a connected one in the community. So if you want to, you can. If you don't, you don't need to. But you did get some clues, so that helps.
Yeah. I'll roll for it and just see.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Two is right. Change the game. Boom.
And what did you roll?
Did it go?
Yep.
Yep. Oh, that was a 10.
Great,
Beautiful.
great success. On 10 plus, you get a minimum of 2 juice, and you can also use your juice to choose one of the upgrades. You can you're either going to create a story tag that's relevant to how you changed the game, or you can also do one of the many other things.
I think I want to sit on that juice for now and wait for an optimal moment to use it.
Okay.
Because I think the thing that I got from that is that whatever's happening to these people, it's leaving them kind of distant and hollowed out.
Mm-hmm.
And it's related to whatever power we're going to come across. So
Okay. You will have to
feeling
use
for the
it
moment
based
to
on the
use that
information you got, or at least how you are connecting it to Officer Das, but I'll
Yeah.
allow it. And so you head towards 116. Are you going to open the door?
Yes, Celine is on this train. She is going to open the door. Just kind of looking around at her. Just, okay.
You open the door and find yourself in the Australian jungle. Trees grow directly up from where there should be a plain cement floor, but instead it's a hot mountainscape. Pushing past the trees, you find yourself in what you really expected, the interior stairwell leading down to a plain door. So on one side you can see the stairs down into what looks like an old club, and on the other side you see, well, the rest of the world between a thicket of trees. Pulsing beats thump on the other side, and a beefy, muscular woman with a pastel hoodie, matching pink sweats, and a unicorn on the front stands to the side of the door.
I'm just gonna look at my companions and try and verify that they are also seeing what I'm seeing.
The three of them are on the outside, looking at a bunch of trees growing right in the middle of a storage unit. And you are on the other side, looking down the steps.
Lexi will walk in behind you, so you have somebody to look at.
Yeah, John will walk in too.
I didn't take anything. And I'm just gonna do a mental inventory on everything I've eaten in the last 24 hours. Okay. Okay. I am
promised
going
you a long
to.
time ago. If I'm going to sneak you acid, I will let you know.
Yes, please. Good. Thank you. I'm glad. I'm glad you still remember that. Please let me know. And I'm going to turn to this person with the unicorn on their shirt, just looking back to Lexi for a little bit of like, just kind of touched on like, is everything real? And just turn back to this person and be like, I believe we're looking for Will.
I'm sorry, I don't know Will. Who's Will?
And Lexi will just go, mm-mm.
Is she a
Try
regular?
Foxy.
Are they a regular?
What did you say, Ami?
Try asking for Foxy.
I am so sorry. Different clubs. The trees got me a little confused. Hi, yes. Is Foxy in?
I'm not.
I'd just like to note that I am wearing a long purple dress, this necklace, a very nice coat, heels.
Mhm.
Like, I look like I just got ready to go to a gala, because this is just how I dress. And I am just standing here at this club.
I'm sorry, honey. I don't know. But you're gonna have to if you're new to the bowl, you're gonna have to well, prove yourself.
Yes. Looking at
In
my
the
friends.
in the bowl, of course.
in the bowl,
Yeah.
of course.
Why don't
Yes,
you
and what would that mean?
Fight, please
why don't
be a
you
fight.
why don't you show me what you got first, okay?
I'm gonna pull out my wallet.
Oh no, there's no cover.
Oh,
Eddie wouldn't. Eddie doesn't care about that.
oh, of course.
No. Well, if you're here, what can you do?
Oh,
Is there
This-
anything particularly sturdy looking nearby?
I mean, Estella's pretty sturdy. Beside the pink, she is ripped.
I'm talking about like, is there like a bar or like
There is
like
the
a
railing.
handrail? Oh yeah.
There's
well,
like a
actually, we'll
long
kind of
metal
look
railing.
Look at the handrail and bend it to 45 degrees.
What does it look like when you release your inner power?
We see that like shadowy force with the helmet and the armor just kind of mimicking her movements. Almost like coaching Lexi in this moment, like adjusting her knees, adjusting her shoulders before she leans in and they pull as one.
Oh, okay, there we go. That's one. And the rest of y'all?
oh, okay. And my bracelet will just coalesce into mist and then form a very short lance, and I'll just kind of hold it up
I guess that works.
on display. Yes.
You, the quiet one. What you got? She points at Ami.
Is she holding anything?
What do you want her to be holding?
So I would assume like if she's a bouncer, she would have some sort of like radio or something, like some sort of comm system. Maybe?
Sure, it's pink to match the rest of her outfit.
Okay. So you guys will see something that you probably haven't seen Ami use before. And it is part of her mythos. She will move at what feels like the speed of light and kind of like, I want to say like kind of juggle the comm around, utilizing her super speed and her good catching and her spatial awareness, just kind of like as if it's a toy in front of her, like kind of like, think of like a cat toy.
Mm-hmm.
And then just kind of like flicking it so that it catches back in its original place on her hip or wherever it was.
Okay, I can see it. And you, old man?
Hey, I don't know how you can show someone you don't die. You got a gun?
I got these, and she holds up her two fists.
Those are quite some guns. Yeah, I guess have at it.
And without warning, she slams one into you. I don't actually have a danger thing for her, but let's just say what does it look like when you walk away from this massive slam? This all the rest of you are shocked. This should be enough to like smash a man's head in. She's that strong.
Yeah. So she just like smashed me against a wall then, or
Yeah,
what is it?
let's say that.
Okay. So it goes into the wall and like breaks the concrete some, like it cracks the wall, and John kind of just like lifts up from it, just like bleeding a little bit.
Okay, I guess that
Yeah.
works. You can go see Eddie inside. He'll arrange your fight in the ring.
Ah. Yeah. Fuck it, I could punch something right now.
And she radios something ahead, and the door clicks open, and you wander into the bowl. This space is small, probably only large enough to fit about 100 people, but there are several rooms branching out from the central hall. You arrive on a metal catwalk above the centerpiece of the bowl. A concrete pool cut into the middle of the room where people are crowded around in a ring, shouting, cheering, and whistling. Peering over the ledge, you see two mythical riffs fighting one another in an all-out bash. Off to one side, you can see an adjacent room with multicolored lights lit in hot neon colors. The opposite side of the room, a throng of people are waiting for drinks at the bar, and connected to the catwalk are several private rooms. For everyone's sanity, including my own, I'm going to lower the music just a touch. But you're now in the bowl. And beside you, you see a tall, kind of imposing man with...
Is it the bowl or the bull?
B-O-W-L. As in,
bowl.
they're fighting in the bowl. Anyway, you see this man. He has a dark skin and a few different tattoos and long dark hair, a thick mustache, and he kind of has a green shirt kind of open to his chest, and he looks at you and says, "Oh, you must be new to the bowl."
Yep. So we're supposed to sign up for something or other?
These two should be done in a moment. You're going to have to prove yourselves in the bowl if you want anyone in here to trust you.
Yeah, that's how my night's going. Let's do this.
You watch as the two in the ring fight each other with increasing strength and power. And at long last, one of them, a beast of a man, rips his opponent in two. And just in the same moment, you watch as someone declares the beast the winner before the two reform in front of your very eyes. They shake hands and then walk off to other sides of the ring and out of sight.
I can't believe I didn't know this place existed.
So, you've never even heard of the bowl?
Only recently. But not fully.
Well, this is the Bowl Fight Club. Named, obviously, for the ring in the center. It's a place that I like to have so that people like you and me can have somewhere to let loose. You know, get rid of some steam. Just fight it out. Get out those feelings of angst and power, and a safe place to do it in. Somewhere we can be the, well, riffs that we are. And, somewhere we can, we don't have to hide ourselves, and the mist doesn't have much control in here.
And your name?
Oh, pardon me. I'm Eddie Dreamtime. I run the bar. Well, the whole club is that. Everything
good to
you
meet you.
see is, it's a little bit of my power. Nothing here is real. At least, not at the end of the night, that is.
You're just a hell of a host, then.
That's what I do. So let's find you some opponents, don't we? Unless you want to fight each other. I'm not sure if that's really your thing.
I mean, I'm pretty sure these folks would like to kick my ass, but if you've got anyone lined up, we'll figure it out from there.
Okay, this is the part I'm terrified of because it's deep improv. I have some combatants for y'all if you like. Or if you want to name who you want to fight, you totally can.
Let's hear your combatants first.
Okay, you look around the bar. John, you see across from you a woman with long black hair and a dark red and black patterned dress. Someone who looks, let's say it outright, a little devilish. She might be a good match for you. Flicker. Pardon me. Ami, you look around the bar and you see a raver in the room with the dance music coming out of it. They are decked in glowing yellow and orange, wearing in holographic clothes, and something sticks out to you. Celine, you see the big burly man from before as he ascends out of the bowl, and he has a thick fur coat on now and knee-high black leather boots. And lastly, Lexi, you see a businessman. He is in the bar area with a gaggle of ladies and gentlemen around him. He smokes a thick pipe and kind of just basks in the attention. You can fight one of them, you can fight all of them, you can fight, I have some others here if you don't like any of those, but up to you.
Is it just one-on-one, or?
If you say that out loud, Lexi is going to say, I can take on more than one at once.
Over the table, what do you guys want to do? I really want to know, what kind of scene do you want to see?
I'm happy to play Lexi's fight in the background as like something else that happens, or that she just like goes back in like repeatedly.
Okay.
If we want to put the spotlight on somebody else fighting.
Yeah, if you're asking above the table how it should go, I don't know if you want to do this one by one, but Ami would do it based solely on needing to do it and not wanting to do it. So it would not be a fight that would look very great.
Okay.
It'd be a lot of her dodging wrenches.
Yeah, we don't have to do it fully blow for blow if you don't want to, especially because we're running a little late. But why don't we do it this way instead? Each of you in turn, describe who you fight and how it goes. I'll throw in whatever I feel is appropriate in the moment, but whoever wants to go first, you all are going to have to do it in order to get any person in here to talk to you.
Celine will walk up to this big beefy guy and, would you care to duel? And the fight will go very much, she has had training her whole life. She's had tutors and other trainings. She knows how to fence. She's trained just because she is wealthy and had that sort of upbringing. She's trained with a variety of weapons, but very much in a classical type of sense. There were some self-defense classes in there, but she very much knows how to fight in a classically trained way, with grace. And this guy is very burly. So as he attempts to just beast mode on her, she is going to just use everything her instructors have ever taught her, with using someone that is uncouth and not trained, and using all of their mistakes and poor habits against themselves, to essentially let them be their own worst enemy in a fight.
Okay. You know what I will do is I'll roll to see if you win or lose. How does that sound?
Let's do it.
let's just do hit with all you've got.
Because
Use.
that's what she's got. That's what she's bringing to the table.
Actually, no. We're gonna go toe to toe. That feels more appropriate.
Okay.
Use any number of power tags that you like to try to take this guy down.
Okay, hold on just a second. Let me go through all my oh crap. What happens when my power tag is like burned up and I can't check it? I mean,
You can't use it.
I can't use it.
Correct.
Okay.
You
that.
did not do anything to try to get your
Nope, you're right, 100%.
your burn power tags
okay.
back.
Okay. All right. I am just gonna do my tough as nails rich old dame power tag, and I am going toe to toe.
Yep.
I got a
Damn.
12.
You do exactly as you did. You don't know how you did it, but somehow Excalibur has your back, and he messes up one too many times and falls to you. Do you try to take a killing blow? Or
Absolutely not.
Mhm.
It will be very much in fencing as I will like pull back my sword and accept his defeat.
He will look you square in the eye and snarl like a big toothy wolf-like snarl, and but will understand what you're doing and will just leave you alone. He'll roll over on the ground and people will cheer for you. But who goes next?
I guess John will step up.
I'm just
Like, I
bopping
guess-
to the music.
It's a jam. I guess John will approach the dark-haired woman. Like, hey, I don't know what I'm doing, but I guess I'm supposed to do something in there.
You will see her eyes shift towards yours. They are pure black. And
Now, that's neat. You do contacts, just
I will happily give in to temptation. Let's fight.
not as fun as you would think. But yeah, let's go.
And do the same. You're going to roll, go toe to toe, and describe to me how that looks and what happens to you.
All right, do I describe it first and then roll, or?
Describe how the fight goes at first, then we'll just roll aside how it concludes.
So I think John at first takes a defensive stance and trying to like figure out what this person does and how they do. He just kind of takes whatever comes his way, like he just kind of takes it on the chin.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually letting them get frustrated, possibly tired out before he, finds an opening.
You guys are fighting her. She has the power of basically of a demon behind her. Tendrils of black come out to try to hit you, and they smack you around before you try to get the upper hand. Please roll go toe to toe to see how this plays out.
Right. I think at one point when she pulls back, like after like a barrage of hits, John kind of sees like, "Oh, you're with him, eh?" And he reaches into his pocket and he pulls out his cross necklace and puts it on.
That'll do nothing in here.
You'd say so, but then I rolled a 17.
Excuse me, what?
I did nothing left to lose, devil may care, punch out their lights, endure any punishment, and a righteous man. So it was a 12 without my powers. So John walks in and just one punch mans this demon.
Okay, we'll say with a success that powerful, jeez crow.
Yeah, that's what he's about.
He we see the power that you had at the end of our second episode when you were facing off against Drake. But this time, your powers coalesce in a way that works perfectly. You go in for the fist, and she shatters into 1,000 dark shards. You've successfully won over the crowd yourself. Who wants to go next?
Tommy will step up and, before walking in, go, "This is it. This is where I die. Cool. And just like walk in, because she is not built for combat."
Do you face off against Apollo as he goes by in the nightlife?
Yeah. I will, as he's walking by, go, "You and me, how about it?"
And what do you do?
All sorts of things.
He laughs. He's definitely on something, but he follows you into the ring. As he kind of powers up, you see him glow as the neon he's wearing does actually light up. And from behind him, he pulls a bow and draws from behind him again a big arrow that he knocks into the bow that is made of pure light. And the first half of the fight is him firing arrows off one after another at you.
Yeah, and it is Ami literally using that same super speed to... If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Like, just kind of, like, attempting, like, to, like, not, you know... Like,
yep.
Shit.
I mean, you also have some powers that let you see ahead of them, so that helps too.
Correct,
Lexi
yeah.
keeps shouting advice from the sidelines.
Yeah, so after like a minute or two, I would assume she would be like, Lexi, Jesus, just let me focus, give me 2 seconds. And will attempt to snatch one of the arrows out of the air and huck it back at him.
Okay. Please roll go toe-to-toe.
I'm gonna... Do you want to know which tags I'm using prior
Feel
to
free.
using them? I'm gonna utilize my super speed act just before it happens and my good catcher tag.
Hey, that actually is very appropriate right now.
Very, very appropriate. So we're gonna do those, and it's go toe to toe, right?
Mm-hmm.
I got a 12.
Look at y'all go. Jeez, some crow. Getting all the good rolls out now. So for more drama later. Tell us how this goes. How do you win?
Yeah, so she would, hearing Lexi kind of like trying to give her feedback, so outside of her element that she can't even fathom what's happening right now, will actually probably close to the first time ever, whatever it is that is like pleading to her mythos, she'll be like, just get your shit together, finally, do something, and like snatch the arrow out of thin air and using the speed kind of just whip it back, just probably catching in the shoulder.
Okay, you pin him to the wall. Do you go in for a killing blow, or do you pull a Celine?
That's a hard question currently. She would likely run over to it and push it in deeper, but not necessarily like a killing blow.
Okay, he welds into the wall as you take your final move, and as the two of you sit there, the arrow dissolves, and he walks up. He stands up and shakes his head at you, and he leaves the ring. And because Ekash is asking in chat, no, you did not kill the lady. Similar things happened. After you shattered her, the tendrils of black smoke form back together again, and she is whole once again.
I just realized I didn't get the question if I kill her or pull back.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Seemed appropriate, but yeah, no. Last but not least, Lexi.
So, am I going to get one of you at a time or all of you at once? To the dude and his crowd of merrymakers.
Okay. He looks up at you with a smile and says, "Leave them be. I'll take care of it from here." And he, as he steps
You're gonna regret that.
as he steps out from his crowd, they are all looking on him like he's the best thing they've ever seen. They're very excited and cheering him on. And he steps gallantly into the middle of the ring.
So Lexi fights with like she has never fought before. Like there is literally nothing to lose.
Mm-hmm.
And she fights as mean and dirty as you have ever seen anyone fight before.
Noted.
And because of that, I'm tagging her weaknesses, a hunger for bloodshed and easy to find. Because this is definitely a moment of he will remember that.
Okay, sounds good.
That's the reset button, not the go toe-to-toe button. Whoop.
Oh dear, you used quite a lot of power tags and a few of your weakness tags. Please remember to mark attention for both of those themes. You rolled a 5, which means you fail to do what you wanted to do. Do you want to describe how this goes, or shall I? I feel like you know the myth a little better than me. I think you can tell me how this goes.
So, Lexi, what Lexi does is she, as soon as she figured out there were fights, she went back to the car, and she pulled a baseball bat out of the trunk, and she tosses it to him. As she is fighting him, like, in close quarters, he's trying all of his own tricks, and none of them are really working. But
I will say, Lexi, he is going to pull out his sword.
At some point, his sword breaks, and then he's like, "Well, fuck! I have this bat she gave me," and that's what does her in.
Okay.
And she is like a mess across the floor by the time he's done.
He does take a killing blow and smacks you a couple more times than he needs to. There is blood all over the floor, and you feel yourself... It feels like you have gone to sleep, and you are slowly waking up from a bad dream. He looks down at you as you slowly get up off the ground, gives you a hand to help you back up again, and claps you on the back once you're up, saying, "That was an excellent fight. Well played.
I'll get you next time."
Now, if you don't mind me, I'm just gonna go back to where I was. Have a good night, okay? What do they, so what do they call you?
Seawolf.
I like it. See you around, Seawolf. And he goes back to his party of lookers-on.
Celine was definitely gripping the edges of whatever Kate. But if he seemed like he wasn't going for any sort of killing blow and like puts out a hand to help her up, she's okay.
Lexi died. Like, messily.
Okay.
That did not go the way I thought it was gonna go, kid.
Holy shit. I need a cigarette. Do we still have cigarettes?
Celine will pull out another pack from her purse and hand it to you because she just went and bought a carton before
Oh my God.
today, and she's just keeping packs in her purse for you.
Thank you.
It was not. That was not very fun to watch.
You okay?
Fine. I'm fine.
Yeah, no, it's weird in there. I get it, but
I mean, he did say nothing here is real.
We saw a man get ripped in half and walk away from it earlier.
Yes.
yeah, but I expected you to do the ripping as a thing.
Well, shit. I've never
Died.
been able to just let go like that. It's different.
Yes,
I could do
can
more of
see
that.
the appeal of this place.
I could do without. That wasn't. That.
Horrifying.
Yeah, I agree. But ideally, we had to do just one and done, and we won't do that again.
Sure. Sure.
I won't stop you if you decide to come on the weekends. It's up to you. That's your own personal business. But I ain't coming with you.
Okay, do we want to take a break real quick, or do you want to keep going for the rest of the bowl?
I'm
Maybe-
fine either way.
Maybe like a quick 5 minute, so I can run to the bathroom.
Let's do an actual 5-minute and be back soon, okay?
All right.
Hello and welcome back to Madness Calls It Forth, the City of Mist campaign based on Knights of Paynetown. When we last left our adventurers, they were in the Bull Fight Club. And to get us back into that mood, time for some more music. Though the audience probably was already in that mood with our intermission music. So, what do you want to investigate here at the Bull? B-O-W-L. Don't all speak at once.
I think John getting out of the ring and everything after saying everyone's fine is kind of like go up to Dreamtime. Was his name?
Eddie, yes.
Yeah. Hey, Eddie. Since I think we kind of proven our worth here, I was trying to look for someone that I heard might be around these parts. They were selling, or they had the candy. Do you know anything about that, or who that might have been?
He will look. Hold on. You know, I really don't try to control what any of my guests here do. It's a place for riffs to
No.
just be riffs. I've heard of this stuff. I don't deal in it, obviously.
No,
So,
Yeah, I'm not trying to like stop them. I'm just wondering if they're here, or if you know if anyone that's is Holden has any might be here.
well, you can check in one of the back rooms. There's a Weasley little guy, Carter, I guess. He might be around. He's always selling something.
Carter? Yeah, I can look for Carter. Thank you, man.
Will do. Do you follow up on that lead?
Hell yeah.
You investigate one of the back rooms on the upper level of this club and find a man who is exchanging some money for what looks like a little bag of candy.
I'll wait for them to get done, and then I'll walk over.
So, what can I get for you?
Little buddy told me you might be holding on to some candy.
Ooh,
Is that
that's
right?
some expensive stuff, but I might have a connection or two.
Yeah. You working through Foxy?
You know about Foxy then? Okay.
Yeah, I'm hearing little things here and there.
Well, I don't think you need to worry about Foxy. She gives it all to me, and I sell it from here.
Okay. How much for?
He names a number that seems appropriate for buying illicit drugs.
Appropriate's nice and all, but is it money that I got?
Let's say it is a little bit less than you expected, so yes, you do. You can
All
buy a
right.
little bit, you can't buy a lot.
No, yeah, I could Yeah. If apparently this place is a little hard to find, but if I need to get more later, is this where do I go? Just find out wherever this place is popping up again, and
Yeah, you connect with some riffs. They'll tell you where it is. Don't worry about that.
yeah. I came across someone, a Will, the head of her.
I'm sorry, I can't say anything about my past.
Well, I'm just saying this is where I got some before, so I don't know if maybe they're working with you or alongside you. I don't know how things work.
You
I just-
saying you saying Will is going out and selling my goods?
I'll say this: I wasn't sold. I assumed it was a first taste is free sort of thing.
Gotcha.
So but I couldn't find them again when needed it, and I had to look a little deeper, you know.
So what'd you wish for?
Is that part of the exchange here?
Well, it doesn't have to be. It's just
Good.
sometimes it's exciting.
And I give him the money, and I just walk away with it.
Well, you know where to find me then, okay?
Lexi is watching this exchange happen from a distance, and as soon as John like turns around and walks away, he doesn't get like 10 steps before Lexi stops in front of him.
Hey, you find anything?
You sure did.
Yeah, no, I got information, and yeah.
John?
Hmm?
You've already lost them twice. It's not gonna end. She's not gonna get to grow up. Samantha will never get old. You can't. You can't live a lie like that.
Yeah, John, like, quickly put something in her hand. And he's like, yeah, but we needed a lead. Yeah, no, I don't know. I went looking for something, information, and, I guess, yeah, no, fuck, You take that. Hold for. Fuck. Yeah. No. You're right.
Okay.
Hold.
And she'll pocket it and just say, I can't imagine how hard that was.
Just.
It's for the best.
Hold on to it.
Celine's around here somewhere. Let's find her.
Yeah. Right.
Maybe we'll get one of those Coke Zeros. You think they have Coke Zero here?
I think I'm just gonna go for straight Coke. You know, Coke Classic. Give me one of those. What am I gonna worry
The
about?
hard stuff, huh?
The fucking demon chick tried to stab me with a pitchfork made of shadow, and I'm still fine. I think I can deal with some sugar. So, yeah, diabetes ain't gonna take me if the devil didn't take me yet. So let's just, yeah.
Is she still around?
She winked at me when we left. She winked at me when we left. What the fuck does that mean?
I mean, that could be good for you.
I need a drink. Let's get some Coke. And like Coke.
Just saying, there's
Cola.
sweeter ways to drown your sorrows.
You know, I've tried to drown myself in other things, and it's not fun. So let's
I'm sorry.
let's just walk away from this. Real quick. Thank you. Maybe if we look into that more, buddy
Got
system.
my eye out for you, okay?
Buddy system. Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you. I will say, not feeling great. Yeah. So I'm gonna be honest with you. I ain't not doing. Yeah. I'm gonna get that drink.
All right.
Lexi, what are you investigating? Are you going with him, or are you going to go off and investigate something else on your own?
I'm keeping an eye on John. I think that's what she needs to be doing right now.
Okay. Ami, what are you doing?
Ami is going to wander around, probably keeping an eye out to see if anyone similar to the woman dressed in like the white sequins from her vision is present. If not, probably just bouncing over to Apollo and being like, buddy, you look like you're on something. Just to like try to not be too too suspicious, but like definitely is probably suspicious.
She
She's gonna
definitely knows how to ask for drugs.
Yeah. So she's like, are you ready to share? What's it gonna cost?
He's bopping to the music in the main dance hall part of the section of the room. You'll have to imagine the music gets much louder in here, but for the sake of the stream, I'm not gonna do it. This soundtrack is my jam, and it's the most incongruous thing with my cosplay, but it's fine. So you wander in there, and as you're asking for drugs in a very, very normal way, you notice up on the DJ stand is someone who looks mighty familiar. It's Hans.
Oh, okay. Okay, I was gonna say, does this person look like the female? Okay. So, first of all, does Apollo give Ami any drugs?
He does, but it's not candy. It's something normal.
Okay, she's going to still take that in an attempt to be cool. And if that involves like her taking like a tag, like she will.
Are you taking a normal amount? Too
Oh, yeah,
much?
like,
not
no,
enough?
She's just trying to she's trying to hang with the scene and like do the thing.
I'll
She's
use
not
my
trying to go.
very minimal drug knowledge, which I assume all of you might have more info than I do. You take a tab of some hallucinogenic thing,
Yeah.
and it makes you see fun colors for a while. But you can tell that he's taken quite a lot more, and perhaps even needs to be based on his powers. So.
But as I see that and I take the tab and I'm like, yeah, feeling good, I will find my way to Celine. And what I can
So I was
only-
gonna say that Celine would have been kind of shadowing you. That's all
Oh, okay.
happened, but
well, then you watched it happen.
if you wanted to come find me, that's fine. I wouldn't have stopped you. You're an adult. You know what you're doing, and I am not your mother.
This is the better question. Has Ami taken this kind of drug before?
To be fair, yeah, probably, but like, she's not gonna be the person who's copying the drugs. Like, she's privileged enough to be the person who has like, if she's having a party, someone's bringing the drugs to the party. She's not the one like having to worry about going to buy them or anything. So
Yep.
that process is new for her. She's like, oh, how do you ask for this? I'm used to it just being given to me. So she will just start like vibing and like enjoying herself and
Sorry.
just kind of like turn to Celine and be like, our buddy Hans is here doing things.
He shouts over the music to you. You know Hans?
Oh yeah, we're bros.
Hans is a
Not at all.
fucking superstar.
And I will turn to Celine.
Sorry, I'm assuming that he's still there with you, just because.
Yeah, I didn't walk
Yeah,
away
I-
necessarily. Yeah.
Let's go speak to the superstar.
Let's do it. And she will her way through the crowd and just having a blast. Ami's enjoying herself.
Okay. Do you try to approach Hans himself?
Yeah, I mean, yes. What does he seem? is this the kind of situation where he sees us and he's gonna try and bolt? Or do we need to? Can we just walk up
That
to him?
entirely depends. Are you trying to sneak around?
No, I feel like we are here. It is a loud club. Celine managed to get herself a drink of like tequila and sparkling water with a little bit of lime juice, because you know she's 45 now and has to watch her figure. But just meanwhile, just kind of keeping an eye on Ami to make sure she doesn't take anything that's gonna cause wishes to come true and things to burn down. And then
Speaking of which,
walk right up to.
as you do, he takes a piece of candy out of his pocket, pops it in his mouth, and then continues dancing with the crowd.
Okay, I'm gonna scan around and look for Lexi to see where she is, and then I am going to look at Ami and just say, he just took candy. How quotient are you right now?
You're saying a lot of words, man.
Okay.
just
I am going to just finish my drink. And just set it down somewhere and continue forward.
What you're gonna do? As you try to do this, a throng of people is gonna try to get in your way, pushing you out of the way of seeing him.
Okay.
If you would like to get to him, you will have to go toe to toe. We'll move back to our normal 3 power tags only, but feel free to use whatever you feel is appropriate.
Do people seem to be surging for? That guy said he's a superstar. People seem to be surging forward to see something.
Not to see something, but to like, they don't want you to have his attention. They want him to see them.
Oh.
So think of like tweens at
Okay.
like a boy band concert. Like they are going hard for him. That sounded worse than I
Okay,
intended.
then
but
then
you have
here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna riptide current this. Instead of fighting against the current, I'm gonna just move sideways along the current so I can try and come up along and where I get a good view of what is happening.
Okay. You find yourself back on the edge of the dance floor again, but you can see him going on. And his throng of people has grown a little bit larger now that you're out of it.
Okay. What,
You find Apollo again. He is dancing at the edge of the crowd.
I will walk up to him, just glancing at Ami again, and just. Hi, sorry. What did you mean by superstar?
Well, he was a regular here for a while, but, you know, all of a sudden he just became huge. He disappeared for a few days, and then when he came back, damn, the guy could play. That was an awkward place for music just to stop, but it's fine.
Okay.
Craig goes nuts.
It's that moment when
Okay.
the DJ stops playing all music and
And the
everyone is
beat,
still
and then it just, like,
shouting
goes
the
heavy.
music. Yeah. Anyway, you were saying?
Yeah, okay, so I will just. Okay, I will. And what does. But what does he do with the candy?
Yeah, he takes
I'm just gonna
candy.
Ami, can you speak to him?
Ami has been taking her way through the crowd like a fish, just attempting to also get closer, but not slyly, because Hans has never seen Ami because she was hanging out with Grandma.
Okay.
So she's like kind of too
Yeah.
high to even care.
I'm gonna just turn and Ami's. Oh fuck.
And she will just attempt to dance her way into his presence.
Into whose presence?
Hans's.
I'm gonna say the same thing. If you want to get front row tickets to see Hans the DJ, you're gonna have to roll go toe to toe.
Yeah, that's fine. I am going to use my spatial awareness tag.
Okay.
And the act just before it happens to where like I'm like musically dodging and diving people again, just to be able to like move smoothly rather than
Ami, this feels appropriate. I am invoking your weakness tag tries too hard
absolutely
because you do not fit in no matter how high you are.
absolutely.
Remember to mark attention on that theme and roll go toe to toe.
All right. Oh wait, no, hang on, I clicked the wrong thing. Okay.
Damn. You rolled a 12, the power of 1. You managed to achieve your goal. Is one of the options you can choose. You can also get them good or block, dodge, or counter their best attempts. So this is you against the crowd. So how do you want this to come down?
Yeah, so Ami being completely out of her element, and definitely doing what she can and not really even knowing what the goal is because she's so high right now. I would imagine it just kind of like looking like a very fancy rave dancing that like the hands are going and the lights are going, but she's like moving strangely very smoothly. Like it is not something that looks like she's trying too hard. She just is trying too hard, if that makes sense.
She's trying so hard that it doesn't come across as too hard.
Yeah, so she ends up at the front, like right there in front of the DJ booth, and starts kind of like glancing around for Celine because she's like, what am I doing up here?
I'm so far back. You've made your way up. Like it's.
Yeah,
I'm
and,
just old woman gesturing in the back. Just.
She'll shout over the music to Hans, I'm a huge fan. I'm so excited to meet you. And just start giggling.
Ami, you are a pretty attractive young thing. He will nod and smile at you.
And she's just gonna keep giggling and being like, can I come back there with you? You know, like behind the DJ booth.
Give me one more roll. Roll to convince him.
God. Okay.
Use...
I have nothing to help me with that.
I'm
other than maybe,
sure you do.
I'm a free thinker.
Hold on. I'm sure you have something.
I have nothing. No. I have a fashionable carry-all bag.
There. Oh, you're so right.
I have nothing to help me.
You know what I really want you to use? Just for the irony, I was like, what about can you feel that?
I swear to God, I was gonna suggest that one, but I didn't want to like be inappropriate and like.
That's not quite appropriate for the scene, so just roll 2d6. Let me know how it goes.
Wait. Does anybody want to drop help points? I don't know what that would look like. Just like a thumbs up. from across the room.
I mean,
If I am allowed
Go on me.
Yeah.
okay,
It was a
Alabiffer
7
has
with
given
a mild.
advantage to you
Oh.
to flirt. Do you want to roll again?
I got the same thing. 2 times. I rolled a 7 twice.
Oh no.
So thank you. Al. That was
Oh.
amazing.
Well, a
Unfortunately,
7
the
is
dice
still a
forsake
mixed
me.
success. You can give them a relevant status with, well, I would say power equal, tier equal to power.
I think it's equal to
Oh, wait,
1.
yeah,
if
it's-
there's.
It's
yeah.
always a minimum of 1. So you can give him a tier 1 status of something, or he can give in just a little bit.
Wait, Al's given a reroll.
I can't. I can't.
If you want to, go for it.
All right.
I
You're
was
not.
waiting for Celine to be like,
I mean, Luca would. I don't know that Celine would.
she's been
I mean,
around
I
the
have a
block.
help point. I have a help point. I'll
wanna
do that
make-
from across the bar.
You want to
So
make
that
that a
was-
10?
Sure. We'll just roll
Yeah,
with
let's-
it being a
let's
10.
fucking
That way we
let's
can
do
get
it.
some.
You flirt with a little bit of help with your friends, and on a 10, they will change their agenda to include yours, at least for the time being. He most 100% will invite you up to the DJ booth with him.
Yeah.
I did
when
not hear agenda. I definitely heard gender.
yeah. I was like, well, all right.
My Boston coming out, is that what it is?
Change agenda.
Yeah, so she will again dance her way to behind the DJ booth and just kind of be like doing all of the things that she thinks is appropriate that apparently are working very well unexpectedly, and she'll
Unexpectedly from Al.
Thanks. So, she will say, I saw you with that candy. Where did you get that from?
Because you've convinced him so well with your 10, he'll say to you, I get it for free because of my sister.
Who's your sister?
She, my parents' daughter?
Right. Yeah, that's a good answer. What's her name? And she's just gonna like giggling, like losing it. Like she's trying so hard, but she's high as a kite. So
Her
She's not
name's
doing well.
Rachel. Why do you want to know?
I mean, because I want to have candy too.
Well, I get all my candy from Carter.
I thought you said you got it from your sister.
No, because of my sister. It doesn't matter. You want candy? And he will hand one to you.
Cool, thanks. And I will go to unwrap it and act like I'm good. And I'm like that, and I'll try to like drop it behind my head.
Oh,
And then they're like, oh no, I dropped it. Oh no. And then I'll try to bend down to pick it back up. And the oh jeez, I can't.
You
take
doing a
that
little
one. That one's-
bend and drop action here? I see how it is.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Keep it going.
Do you take the candy or not?
She probably wouldn't because she knows what it is. She's just trying to stall. Like dropping it on the floor was her way of being like, oh man, can't use that one. That one's gross. Gross on the bar floor. Ew.
He'll hand you another and then point over at the security guards, a couple of riffs with big bulging muscles, and say, sorry, you gotta leave. They don't like you up here.
Yeah, cool. Hey, do you know, I just real quick question before I go, and I'm gonna like start walking that direction. Any chance you know, I'm looking for a girl. She wears like white sequins. Is that anyone you know here?
I'm sorry, I don't know. Check with Carter, he might know more.
God damn Carter. And then just walk away, but like still dancing and waving the candy in the air because she's high and she has no couth right now.
Let's switch
Like,
back
she
to
just doesn't care.
Yeah.
let's switch back to Lexi miming use your tits at the bar next to a very confused John.
What the hell, Lexi?
No, Ami. I don't think Ami flirts with a lot of people. She talks a big game, but she looked a mess out there.
But you're doing this, that helps? I've been out of the game too long, kid. I don't know how things are done anymore.
Lexi will be like, yeah, but if I go from like this, and then squeezes, to like this,
No, I get how that might help things in this vicinity. I don't know how you, I mean, she's on the other side of the room, so I just
she's not flirting with me.
gotta get another Coke. There you go.
Your Coke fills up automatically.
Oh, but wow. Hey,
I'm gonna go have another chat with that Carter guy.
yeah.
You stick around here,
I'll be- yeah.
and then Lexi will kind of wave Celine over to like tag out. And Lexi is gonna wait until Carter like goes to the bathroom or something, where
Okay.
he's a little bit more alone.
He is in the men's room. He is peeing.
So is Lexi.
He does not notice you because he is at a urinal.
Great. Yeah. Lexi is gonna smash his face into the tiling and say, okay, unless you want another one of those, you're gonna tell me where you're getting these candies from. You're gonna be exact about it. And you're gonna be quick. And you're not gonna tell anybody that I was here.
Please convince him. You're doing a very good job in character, but let's see how the dice want this to go.
Oh yeah, let's talk about our dice. That feels like an organized crime move, and I'm bludgeoning him. Yeah, that's a convince.
Yes.
Cool. That's wait, no, that's not a 9. It's a 12. With power 2.
Okay, you convince him. He's going to give into your agenda.
I think that he is terrified. I want him to be terrified of me.
Okay, he'll take terrified too. Who are you? What do you want?
It absolutely does not matter. What matters is you talking now. Don't waste my time.
What was it? What you wanted? What?
Where do you get the candy?
From Foxy Supreme.
Where?
She has a room. She gives it to me late at night.
Where?
She gives it to me here.
Is she coming tonight?
I'm not. I mean, she might be here.
What does she look like?
Gorgeous. The thin.
Not helpful.
The white fur coat. Usually wearing some kind of party dress.
Good boy. Now, you're not going to remember ever seeing me in here.
Of
And
course.
she's gonna look at him, and there's like some blood running down the side of his face. Clean yourself up. You're a mess. And she leaves.
And she does. You're gonna leave him there then?
don't know what else I could get out of him right now.
Well, you know she's here somewhere.
Yeah. I think the only other thing I can think to do is like try to use my power to find her now that I have some identifying factors.
Sure. How do you want to do that? And how does that fit into your mythos?
I move around the dance floor not like a party goer, but like a hunter stalking prey. I like loom and I move between gaggles of people, and I'm not quiet, but like unobtrusive, as I kind of slide in and out of groups looking for this person.
Okay.
And I'm probably doing it all with a drink in hand, just to be a little more inconspicuous.
Is this a See Beyond the Mist, or is this a regular investigate?
I think this would be a See Beyond the Mist.
Okay.
So that's an investigate, but just with power 1.
Correct.
For my okay. It's a 6.
That is a fail. Unfortunately, you don't see her on the dance floor anywhere. Or anywhere in the club, as far as you can tell.
Heck. If that's the case, then probably what Lexi would do is she would go to the bouncer outside and ask if somebody wearing a white fur coat has come in.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. If you are...
Seawolf.
Okay, Seawolf. If you're looking for who I think you're looking for, you don't just go looking for her. You set up a meeting.
How?
Talk to one of her contacts. Try to get them to do it for... I don't know how she works.
Yeah. Back to the urinal.
He is cleaning up his mess with paper towels and sees you and backs into a corner.
You're gonna help me meet her. I can't find her.
What are you gonna give me if you do that?
It's more a question of what I'm not going to give you.
Do you do anything?
She'll like relatively, it's like a gentle motion, but she's going to tap one of the like stall doors so that it pops off its hinges and just slams against the wall at the back of the stall.
Okay, fine. I'll talk to her. And with that, he tries to very carefully walk out of the bathroom.
Casual, like, remember, everything's fine.
Yeah. He slicks his hair back and he straightens out his what is this thing called? Straightens out his tracksuit and disappears into one of the back rooms.
I'm following him.
Okay. You see a room that is curtained off, and there is a booth behind it. And he sneaks out behind the curtain and says, "Okay, she's willing to talk." And with that, I want to jump back to whoever else is down on the dance floor. If anyone wants to do anything else,
Would John have seen this interaction of Lexi going into the bathroom, then leaving the bathroom, then going back into the bathroom,
you tell me.
and then coming out? Actually, with the way the way he's kind of dealing with some stuff right now, I don't know.
He's just thinking, oh, what a good friend, beating up my drug dealer.
Can I do a investigate just to kind of like try to focus? But I've got a couple of weakness tags I'm taking.
Okay, go for it. What are you trying to investigate first?
Well, I think I'm just gonna keep an eye on Lexi.
Okay, then you don't have to roll anything for that.
Okay.
You tell me if you are gonna. I mean, unless you're looking for something, unless you're looking for something specifically, you can tell me that you are just watching Lexi as she does these things.
I think I just kind of watch, but like as soon as I see her go back into the bathroom and then come out with the guy that I just bought the candy off of, I think he's gonna kind of like start walking and following them behind.
Celine or Ami, do you do the same?
I am currently following Lexi.
So we see some shots of everyone in the bar, except for maybe Ami. I'm not totally sure. Just kind of closing in on Lexi. And when he
Ami's there, but she's not there.
understood, we see as Carter comes out of the curtained off area and watches as 3 people all walk into this secret room. And
I don't know if John would actually go into the room. I think he would just be close by.
well, for all of you who are in the room to meet Foxy Supreme, she is as gorgeous as you can imagine. She is striking. She has a glittering white dress and a thick white fur coat. She seems shimmering blue, and her eyes seem to sparkle red. And she looks dangerous. But she sits in a chair. She is also she's smoking a cigarette, and she looks over the few of you with interest. So I heard you were looking for me. Well, don't all talk at once. What do you
I
need?
mean, I'm following behind Lexi. Who was actually first into the room? Just all of us kind of arrive?
If Celine goes into the room, then John would have followed her because everyone's going in. So fuck it.
Okay.
Yeah, Lexi is definitely, I think, the first one there, and tries to contain her surprise as everybody else kind of filters in after her. Like, oh, I thought it was.
Maybe John stays
Ami-
outside and is like motioning, trying to get Ami's attention. Then.
Yeah, as Ami like kind of barrels her way through, she would probably, if she heard her say like something like that, "That's her, man. That's the one that I saw in my vision." That one.
Lexi is gonna pull the candy out of her coat pocket and throw it on. I'm imagining like a shin height table in here.
Sure. Okay.
Like she's on a couch, and then there's this very low table where you would put your drinks / your feet. You're the one who makes this?
Of course. But don't you want to try them?
No.
You sure you want to make sure that Graham doesn't fall into the wrong crowd?
I'm just gonna just snap my head to Lexi's face and then like look back at this person.
You're gonna hear
she'll-
Ami go, "Oh shit."
She'll turn to Celine and say, "You made some interesting choices to end up here, didn't you?"
You should know better than to threaten a wolf's pup.
You should know better than to threaten Foxy Supreme.
I've never fucking heard of Foxy Supreme.
Well, that is me, darling. Don't you want to try just one little piece? See how it feels?
I sure as shit hope not, because they've seen what happens to those who do.
She will look at you in an interesting way when you say that. Just who do you know?
Who do I know?
The interesting way things happen? Oh, you didn't run out, did you, darling?
Apparently, the first hit's free. But
We don't need castles made of clouds around here.
yeah, that the high's nice, but that crash, crash and burn.
So why me
It's-
specifically then? You could have taken to Carter, but Carter seemed to have, well, wasn't looking too good. So why are you out here messing with my dealers? Hmm?
What's your angle on this?
What's my angle?
Besides money.
It is money. I sell candy. And it goes so good in these markets. Ever since I
See,
took
it's-
over, I am making so much money.
I know people like you. I have the misfortune of being related to them. It's never just about the money. You're here for something bigger. A hit that you can't get from your own candy. How do they taste when you hollow them out?
How
Is it good?
I hollow them out. Heavens no, I have no interest in that.
Who'd you take over from then?
That's
Someone
gonna be
else was
like
making this?
grandma or the sister, right? Ami's still high as a kite.
She looks intrigued and interested by that comment, but doesn't say anything to reveal her what she knows.
You know Rachel?
That entirely depends, doesn't it?
Wow.
Do you know how to heal your grandmother?
I mean, no. That's part of the problem, you know?
She points down at the candy that Lexi has thrown on the table. Why not?
Well, because that's not real. Because she's just gonna be dying when I run out of candy again. And Ami's going to start laughing uncomfortably because she's just out of her mind.
Celine's just gonna kind of step over and just kind of grab and hold her hand. And then look back at this foxy person. What are you getting out of this? Other than money.
She gives you a kind of wry smile, and I'll give you this because you have bullshit detector. It's what she's here for.
What does that mean? What she's here for?
For the money. She's making
That's-
quite a lot off of the new drug.
She is literally just here for the money.
You know, it might be a new drug about a year from now or so, but it's working for her right now.
Can
You
I
can
ask a-
tell just from the things in this room that she's enjoying the lavish lifestyle that money from this drug is bringing in.
Can I ask an out of character question?
Okay, go for it.
Did Lexi tell everyone about Wilhelmina?
I think Lexi would have kind of summarized what had happened afterwards. And in Lexi's own words, it's like, this thing seems like it's gonna hollow people out if they take too much of it.
What happened to one of your pushers, the one that got me, Wilhelmina?
Wilhelmina? I don't
Will-
sell to anyone named Will.
No, but that's who I got mine from.
Then perhaps
And-
she was just a kind woman who wanted to give you some candy.
Okay, so you're just the distributor. You're here for the money. Who are you getting these from? How are they making them? I'll tell you right now. Your attitude, I don't have a lot of patience for it.
Is it this Rachel person that Ami mentioned?
You guys are going to need to give her a reason to trust you, or another reason to tell you what she knows. So whoever wants to do it can explain why she's going to trust you, and you're going to roll for me to convince someone.
Does anyone have an idea that's not me physically threatening violence?
John
A
can.
weird idea, but I don't know if now's the moment.
Depends what it is.
John- John's got some compassionate tags that he could do.
Mommy has an idea.
Go for it.
Go for it, Celine. What is your idea first?
No, you go. You go.
She will make hard eye contact in an strangely serious way and snag one of the pieces of candy off of the table and kind of just flick it into her mouth
What does it taste like?
and do the finger guns and go, listen, man, we're here to figure some shit out, so just
Into
help my friends.
did she do
I'll
it into
help
her?
you.
Did she do it into her own mouth?
Yeah.
What does it taste like?
I would assume it would probably taste like her grandmother's chocolate chip cookies.
That's exactly what you taste.
And her attempt is to, I'll do the thing for you, since you know enough about me. I get it. You can call my card, but
You get a
Hopefully you
notification
do that.
on your phone.
yeah.
It is a new photo from Instagram. It is your grandmother on her vacation in the Côte d'Ivoire. She is looking well off and she's looking very good for a woman of her age. But she is vacationing and it is warm. And she looks very, very, very much healthy. How does that make Ami feel?
Probably very emotional. And she will turn to this Foxy Supreme and just kind of say, and holding up her phone, like she'll say, like, I know this isn't real, but I really appreciate how good it makes me feel. And like she'll acknowledge like the good feelings, like she's fully acknowledging that, but she's not going to pretend that she doesn't know that it's fake.
Lexi is going to look over at Ami with just like a very dark and angry look.
John is sad and defeated looking.
Celine is still just standing right next to Ami. I assume like she let go of her hand to get the candy, but she's just standing there like looking at you, just knowing what's coming. And I will look back at Foxy. Who is making this?
I'm sorry, I couldn't tell you even if I wanted to. Well,
Where
I
are
could.
you?
Little
Of course
lady
I
to you.
could. Pardon me?
The old woman.
I'm sorry.
She's
I
got a
don't-
really cute little house. You walked her home. That's what Ami said anyway.
Is that what she said? And she'll look at Ami. You're going to be more specific. Perhaps I know many old ladies.
Oh no, this was a very specific old lady. And you were wearing a very specific white sequin dress. And you very specifically put her in a window. And very specifically left her alone.
In fact, I don't leave her alone. I come to visit her whenever I can. Happy?
And she'll hold up her phone again and be like, I don't know about that. But, I mean, you know, here we are with the good feelings.
I don't know why that happened.
I think I
And
can
you-
tell you. See, there are some folks looking into this candy around the city. And they found a couple people who are in the same state as her. Now, I bet, at least my money's on, that it has something to do with these little droplets of joy that you're giving out.
Oh, you think I don't realize that there are some issues with the supply chain?
Well, if your friend is suffering the ill effects and we can figure out why it's happening, might be she gets better. Might be everyone gets better.
Somebody took her out of the game. Let's just say that. We're not friends, but you know. We work together. And before she came back like that, things worked a little differently. I was instructed to send lots of customers directly to the factory at the old Aurora Glassworks.
That place again.
I never happened to see those customers again, but
How did you know the things that you said when we first arrived in this room?
it's my job to know these things.
Not those things.
Well, we can call it a hunch, let's just say.
Does it seem, with my bullshit detector, does it seem like she genuinely does not know who makes this? And like our biggest lead here is that Glassworks?
She told you, yes, that she used to. She gets.
I'm trying to figure, like, over the table, I'm trying to figure
Yep, I
out
know.
if we have played this out or...
You
if there's more.
basically have. There's a little more you could get. Basically, she told you almost everything she knows. But basically, yes, she doesn't know who makes it, but she knows where it's from.
And it's from that Glassworks company or factory.
She only said that she was directed to send people there,
Oh,
but that's how she used to do it.
And they
So where
would
do
come
you get
back
it from? Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna, and you send them there, and they come back with it.
No, of course
Was-
not. They never returned. Things are different now, of course. I don't know, something new with in a new strand, let's say. And
Where do you get it from now?
with that, Ikaj, please upgrade your status from Craving 2 to Trippin' 3.
Yep.
John,
Yeah.
you notice it first, and a trail of blue pebbles leads you out of the club and off into the darkness.
Yeah, John's kind of like, we're all kind of in the room, and John just kind of like obviously is very like sad after what Ami popping the candy, and so I think he's just been really kind of quiet and looking down on the ground, and then just he walks out.
John has walked out of the room. What are the rest of you
Get a
doing?
runner. I'll follow.
If I feel like we've gotten everything we can out of her, I will just look at her disdainfully, not waste any more words on her, and follow John.
Where do you get them from now?
They're delivered to me. I don't pay for them. But people don't use them for long, but they don't need to be directed anywhere anymore. It's not ideal for business, but I'm still making plenty, don't you worry.
Yeah, Lexi will get her foot underneath the table and kind of kick it up against the wall so it shatters all around her, but doesn't actually hit her.
Okay.
Don't give me a reason to come back.
Oh, don't worry, you'll never catch me.
And Lexi will leave.
We're going to take a very quick break and be back for the final section of this game. So please join us in a moment. Hello and welcome back to Madness Calls It Forth, the City of Mist campaign based on Knights of Paynetown. Last we left our adventurers, John was moonstruck and is following little blue pebbles to a mysterious location. John, you are in a state of confusion and you lose track of time. You wind your way through the city, through alleyways, upstairs, through hallways, into the public transit, out of the public transit, all across a concrete jungle. You follow little blue pebbles along the path. And you wind up at the old Aurora Glassworks factory. Did anyone follow him as he ventured off into the night?
We all did, I think.
I think I get why she doesn't have to send people there anymore. Why she's no longer being told to.
Why?
Because I didn't know where this place was. I just followed the lights.
Your path of blue pebbles that no one else can see ends abruptly at the foot of a red brick wall on the side of an old abandoned factory, probably here since the roaring days of the city. There's perturbing silence all around. Not far from here you spot the rotting wooden double gate locked with a chain where a fading keep out sign dangles. Peeking inside, you see a scant light filtering through the skylights and faintly illuminating a bare and dusty hall lined with concrete posts, utterly empty. The only object there is an old, shut-down industrial furnace, its mouth gaping with a mean old smile.
I think they're expecting people to come here like this. Maybe they won't expect some people pretending to be.
All right. I'm gonna high check Ami out of the corner of my eye. Does she seem
I don't think
mostly lucid?
I mean, she's done some drugs tonight, so
Yeah.
she's here for it.
Ami, you're not seeing blue pebbles and things, right? Like a trail?
No, sir, but I can taste the cold air.
Okay, then you're good. I guess just follow me. Because I'm going.
And where do you go?
I follow the pebbles end there, right?
But how do you get into the building, as I'm asking?
You said it was old, rotted, wooded doors, or...
Sure. You open the doors, they fall off their hinges, and you enter into the glassworks factory. The three of you see John disappear.
A fuck.
Okay. Let's get in there.
Celine,
We
what do you
got some of those glow sticks from the bar.
Celine, what do you do?
I am going to I'm going to follow him. But I feel like I feel very much like my finger is on the trigger of my bracelet. Does that make sense?
You follow him and you find yourself inside an abandoned glassworks factory. John is nowhere to be seen.
Lexi is like, it's the stuff.
Do you follow him in?
Yeah.
You'll join Celine in an empty glassworks factory. Ami?
He will, while giggling, follow everyone else.
You walk into the factory and find John, but not Celine or Lexi. Strangely, the first thing you hear inside the factory is the crackle of firewood burning, John and Ami. The factory is dark and quiet, but it no longer seems abandoned. A ruddy, warm glow flickers on the walls. You pass by a dark timber post, smoothed by years of wear. It leaves brown, sticky, bittersweet stains on your hands. Above you, you notice for the first time the corrugated steel ceiling is supported by rough wooden logs. There is a syrupy smell in the air, and somewhere nearby you hear something bubbling. Eventually, you step into the firelight that comes from an enormous furnace, although now you wonder if it's just an oversized stove. Against the blazing fire of the open door, there's a shadowy silhouette of a slender girl gazing into the flames. Immediately, John and Ami, you find yourself trapped. Please take the status Caged 4, C-A-G-E-D 4, as energy, beams of energy encase you completely, and you are trapped in a psychedelic cage. Ami, this is not helping what you are experiencing right now, but John, you're feeling it. Whatever it is that Ami had, you feel the same way. You are in a psychedelic cage, and you are trapped. Let's switch back over to the real world. Hey, Celine. Hey, Lexi. What do you do once you get into the old glassworks factory and find your friends are not there? You actually would have watched Ami cross the threshold and disappear.
I feel like if I saw that happen, but Lexi is with me, I'm just gonna. It's candy versus no candy, and I am just going to step forward carefully and try and look around. What am I seeing in here?
You're seeing the abandoned like stations and offices and a full factory floor of what used to be the city's largest glass manufacturer.
Okay.
Everything is
Does it
abandoned,
seem-
obviously, so nothing is
yeah,
running.
I mean,
Nothing
is
has
there
power.
any sort of sign of recent activity that I can follow or find, or someone that's been here recently?
Let's see. You can give me an investigate and see if you can find anything as you wander around.
Yeah. Okay.
I will spend a help point.
Sounds good.
All right. And a help point.
Adds 1 power to your roll.
Technically, it's you add a status that would help affect the roll.
Oh. Teamed up.
That works.
Hashtag squad goals for 1.
Okay.
If you want to, and you also get, you can, that status will stick around until the end of this scene.
13.
Damn, look at you go. On a 13, you ask me some questions. I'll have to give you a straight answer or a solid lead.
Yeah. Let me just make sure that
You have
know
clues
what
equal to
questions I wanna
power.
ask.
Feel free to talk over the table if you so desire, because you're working as a team.
Yeah, I mean, over the table, Vermin, what do we want to ask? I feel like obviously what am I missing here? Can you show me on the map where the plot is? Kind of,
Yeah, I think there's something to be said for is there something we can't see, or how did things change around the gate?
Yeah, what? Yeah, because we're missing our friends, but we watched them walk through the same door, so it's like.
Mm-hmm. So, do you have a specific question you want to ask them?
How do we word this?
Where did our friends go?
Yeah, how are we not with our friends right now?
Something makes them different. They've ended up somewhere else.
Well, we know that. Okay, how do I get to my friends?
What do you know about the two?
They've both taken candy. God damn it, I'm not taking that shit.
Oh,
No.
I don't have the patience for that.
Okay, how many questions do I get?
Equal to power.
Okay.
You wanted to see if there are people around, didn't you?
No, what I want to ask is... what's important here that I can access my current state?
Okay. There is a very powerful magic that is being, that basically encases this place. You can assume from all the research you've done in the case thus far, this is where people disappear. And this is possibly also where people come back feeling drained. And also, because you're working as a team, I'll give Lexi, you investigate back outside the other side of the door, and you find some traces of some activity of people moving large crates back and forth from the loading dock.
It does make me want to poke around the loading dock even more. I'm also tempted to do another investigate, but do this one as like trying to look through the mists.
Okay.
Specifically, like what Lexi is looking for is how far do I need to go, or where is the door, right? Because I don't know if this is a place that is two places and you just need to find the right door, or if it's a somewhere else that I need to get to that just happens to look like this place to our friends.
Interesting distinction there. Do you want to roll to look beyond the mist?
I sure do. That is +1 power. And investigate. That looks like nothing. That's a 9.
Okay, on a 9, I'll do it just like investigate. It'll expose you to danger. You get fuzzy or incomplete, or part true, part false, or well, they can't ask you a question, but that's fine.
I'm gonna phrase this specifically as, where is this place's service entrance?
How does it look when you look beyond the mist?
I think Lexi and the Mirror Wife are like as close as they have ever been, and her
Okay.
eyes go back to that like tracer red that we saw in the first episode, and she is just trying to look with eyes that can see beyond.
Okay. You get a brief but clear image. This move will expose you to danger, but you briefly find yourself in the Enclave. This is the area that John and Lexi wound up in, and in your brief moment, you see the flickering light of the furnace burning, but also something notices you, and it is a man. One of his arms is removed. He is totally burnt and blackened. And there seems to be a white ooze coming out of his sores. And he looks you dead in the eye and starts limping towards you before the vision vanishes.
Don't know how to tell you that I heard none of that.
How do you mean you didn't hear that?
Literally my internet.
One more time, folks. Can you hear me now?
So sorry. Yes.
You get a brief glimpse of the Enclave, the area where John and Ami are. You see the burning light of the furnace, but also something sees you. There is a man with one arm detached, with white ooze pouring from his wounds, and he looks you dead in the eye and slowly starts shuffling toward you. His skin is brown and burned.
Okay. And that was just like me seeing that. I'm not there yet, right?
That's a vision, yeah. But something knows you're there.
am I able to tell that Lexi just went all like vision? Like, do I see the red tracer and everything? Like, as you're okay.
Everything she described as her character
I'm
happening.
just gonna look at her and Lexi.
They're here, but they're not here. Something knows we're after it. A gingerbread man, if I had to guess. And if there's no door, then I think I'm just gonna have to make one. Can I stop holding back to tear through to the other side?
Let's double check.
My angle here is it's like a sneaky thing. Like Grendel's mom sneaks into Hierot and like steals somebody in their sleep. And so I'm imagining she kind of like finds the weakness in the wall and just slips the two of them through it.
Okay. I like that you incorporated your mythos into it, so I'll allow it this time. However, you will need to make a no-return sacrifice to bring others with you. This is a stop holding back move.
Okay, and I'm rolling with logos here.
Correct.
Okay. Open little character sheets.
I need to tell you the sacrifice that it'll take from you. In a no return, stop holding back. On a 7 to 9, you will replace one theme. On a 10 plus, you'll mark fade or crack and burn all the power tags on one theme. Just so you're aware of the sacrifice you are trying to make. Let's look at your things.
I can burn a tag like normal, right? To just get 7 to 9.
I don't believe so. Let me double check. I'm gonna say that you probably can't because it would make the sacrifices less. Because if you burn a power tag, you get a 10, or you get a you get a 10.
You get a 10? I thought you got a 7 to 9. My bad. Okay. It's a stop holding back roll. Here we go.
I need to tell you. That's fine.
Yes.
Well, you didn't ask what you're gonna lose if you didn't succeed, but let's see what you got.
Fuck.
If you want me to roll again and tell me.
Okay, you are gonna mark fade or crack on one theme. Was that what it was? On an 11, mark fade or crack and burn all power tags on one theme. The theme just like with Celine, what I'm going to have to say is because you used I would say probably burn your all your power tags on your mythos theme, and then mark fade or crack on it.
Would you accept Aunt Lexi instead? My thinking is she, like, in this poll has distanced herself from the world. And if it had gone the other way...
Which one did you
I was
want?
saying Aunt Lexi, my turf.
Oh, the this is my home, my people?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah. So, in a way, there's like this moment where she's almost less present in the world itself.
You are separating yourself from your logos side of yourself.
Yeah.
And leaning in powerfully to your Mythos side. Burn all those power tags, and funnily enough, I was going to say that was the one you're going to lose if you rolled poorly. However, you do get what you wanted to, and with a shearing motion, you and Celine shift into the Enclave. And find yourself face to face with a gingerbread man.
Do we see them?
Yes, you do. However, you are in cages.
Okay.
What is the gingerbread man doing?
Pardon me?
What is the gingerbread man doing?
That is a great question. Let me double check. One sec. They will screech an awful sound, and a white ichor will erupt from their jaw and dribble down their face. With that, you notice someone at the front behind the furnace will turn to look at you all.
What's their deal? What am I seeing?
You see a woman with dark clothes. Let's see, what does she look like? Sorry, there's lots of things to look at.
Do you want to just let us know all the things that we're looking at?
Sure. So you're looking around, you see several people trapped in psychedelic cages. You see a woman, she is young, she looks shockingly similar to Hans, and she is wearing dark purple glasses low on her nose. She is... I'm trying to figure out what they call it. Never mind. She has skinny jeans and a fishnet top with a purple shirt on top of that, and she looks very similar, honestly, to what Ami looks like, but like different vibe. And with it, she has
Young people.
She has a very thin vial hanging from her neck. She is standing over a large cauldron where she seems to be mixing up some sort of concoction. And from all the corners of the room, gingerbread men seem to be attacking you. Would you please, Lexi, roll to face danger as one of them reaches out to you?
Okie dokie. I'm fighting back. Cool. Face danger is a core move. Oh, take away those pluses.
So you are facing danger against a tier 2 corrosive burn status.
I get burned. I rolled a 4.
Oh dear. So please take corrosive burn as one of them grabs you. They bite into your arm, and a white ichor. I always try to say ichor, but it's ichor, and I hate that. A white ichor kind of melds onto your skin and burns it. Celine, what do you do?
I'm going to see this happen. And strangely enough, as this happens, I feel like my face would normally be like very like in horror watching this happen to her. However, I'm going to look over and there's just going to be kind of a small smile as I look around at her next to me and everything that's happening here. And my bracelet is going to slowly turn into mist. and then come up into my arms and be a pulse fire flamethrower.
Okay.
Because it can be any weapon.
I do have to ask, can you still regularly use Excalibur with burn to power tags?
Can't I still use it?
Technically, you can't use any of the power tags, so
Ooh. So I've been.
true.
So what does that mean?
I would say basically you can make it do things. You just won't have the power behind any of those power tags.
You know what? I will.
So
I
it is.
will.
It is functional, but less powerful.
Okay. Okay. All right. And I'm going to go. Do you want me to do toe to toe?
What are you trying to do?
Or hit it with all I've got? I am going to try and just blast away the encroaching gingerbread men.
Okay, go for it. Go.
Okay, do you want hit it with all you've got? Go toe to toe? Which would you prefer?
You tell me. Are you trying to overcome someone or something in a struggle for control, or are you taking a clear shot and using abilities to hit someone, or something with all that you've got?
I think I'm
Damage or control?
doing crowd control. I'm doing crowd control.
Then please roll go toe to toe.
Okay.
You were going to state what your goal is.
To eliminate the oncoming hordes of like gingerbread men.
Okay.
I am hoping so much that they are flammable. I got 13.
Damn. Trying to. I'm like at the same time trying to figure out if this. Interesting. So you will be able to control them. However, the gingerbread men do not burn. And so they'll be pushed back a bit, and you will achieve your goal of doing a bit of crowd control. However, they're still alive, and they're still kicking.
Okay. If they are getting pushed back at all, I am going to grab Lexi and I want to make it to this cauldron. Because I feel very much like these are her minions.
Yeah, so they're coming at you from that side of the room. If you're pushing them back, you're going to have to get through them before you can get to her.
Okay.
As you blast them with the flamethrower, Lexi says, "Ugh, woman of my dreams."
Celine will blast quite a bit.
Hey, Lexi, you are burning a little bit. Please roll
Ow.
again. Do you want to do something?
I mean, I would love to deal with this burn. This doesn't seem like this seems like an actual chemical burn, right? Not like a spiritual chemical burn.
Well, a little bit of both. It's definitely magical in nature.
Yeah. Because I don't think I can change the game here with my or I can't use the juice from changing the game before is my guess. Because this is not the same stuff.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. I would love to change the game by like grabbing one of the nearby gingerbread man and like
Okay.
trying to use them, hit them, but also like wipe the corrosive substance off of myself.
Go for it.
Okay. I figure I should check the corrosive shit tag. Oh wait, no, that's a
That'd be a negative,
minus.
yep.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be
Okay.
more difficult to do that while your arm is burning.
Whose idea is that? Yeah, no, I think that just turns it into a flat roll because I don't think anything else really applies. Yeah. Okay. And that's change the game. 6.
You rolled a 6? Oh no.
I rolled a 6.
Okay, well,
I'm gonna have a much easier time once I can just punch the person in charge.
so you failed to do what you wanted to do. And in fact, I'm going to ask you to roll to face danger again.
Okay. Is the burn working against me?
Correct.
Okay. And the danger is the acid, right?
Yes, he's going to try to bite you again.
Okay.
So this is a corrosive bite 3.
Oh my gosh. Ah. Okay, face danger. Let's go. Something better. Jesus. It's a 5.
You rolled a 5. So please add corrosive bite 3. That should bring up to corrosive bite 4 and a tick, I believe.
Am I adding ticks to my original card?
Yeah, so this is the
Because that would take it from 1 to almost to 4. It's 1 tick into 4.
So you're currently at 2, right?
I was at 2, and then I took corrosive burn 3. Yeah.
So if you took 2 2s, it would bring you to 3.
Oh, so I took 4 pips.
Yes.
Is what you're saying. That still puts me at 1 short of 4.
Okay, that's fine. I should really look into this more. It's a weird system that I don't fully understand, but I think I... Anyway, you have... that means you are real close to corrosive bite 4 then. Yes, that's how it works. So... Okay. You are still struggling, and it hurts like hell. And they seem to be sucking on you, as if trying to pull something out of you. In the meantime, actually, one of you... who do I want to do this to? Ami, you feel as the cage you are in lifts up and moves toward the furnace. Please take Mythos Burning 4. As you feel part of your mythos energy being sucked from you. Celine, last we left off, you were about to do something. What do you want to do?
I don't know how it would work mechanically. I don't know how. Can I message you really quickly? On the side.
Sure, go for it.
That's a very thoughtful look.
And while you're discussing that,
Yeah, what's up?
I'm trying to think if I want to try and like break out of the cage. It's just a really high tag. So I don't know if there's anything I can do to get rid of 4 cage.
Yeah, it definitely seems like the kind of situation where the people with fewer tags are gonna have to help out the people with nastier tags.
Cage 4, tripping 3. I'm not sure if trying
Celine
to.
is the only one who does not have multiple. Because I have caged 4 and Mythos burning 4. And arm cast 1.
So basically, the cage limits the mobility of the person inside it, like a material cage, and its scintillating energy counters the use of Mythos powers. Any action to break out of the cage or affect anything outside it from inside is affected by this status. Attempts to reduce this status from the outside are not affected by the status, assuming the rescuer isn't caged herself, but require arcane know-how to undo its magic, as the cage has no lock and its bars are made from shifting energy. So if you can explain how if someone outside of the cage can describe how they can break apart this cage, feel free. If someone inside the cage wants to do it, they'll struggle because they'll get a -4 to their roll.
How are these cages like attached to any moving parts in this glassworks? Are they like on a chain or something?
No, but you can tell from what Rachel just did is that she can control them.
Okay.
And since I've got the trip in 3, that's also going to be negative to whatever I try to roll, right?
No.
So,
No? Okay.
so I can attempt to like throwing star these cages to try and get you guys up, but like, again, I don't have any power behind this, my weapon right now because they're all burned up.
That is correct.
So it would just be like a pretty basic attack. But if you guys want me to try that, like over the table, I'm talking to you.
I mean, you could try it. In my head, I feel like taking out the thing that is controlling the cages makes more sense than trying.
I don't want you to
with the
get
cages.
sucked dry, though. Okay.
Let's do it. Let's teamwork our way over there.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm just gonna continue attacking these things, pushing forward with everything I've got to try and get to this woman at the cauldron.
Okay. What do you want to do?
I'm gonna hit with all I've got to try and just make a hole
Okay. Go for it.
through. A 9.
Did you include the tag teaming?
Yes.
Okay.
Teamed up. It's not showing though.
How many tough as nails, and then okay, cool.
Yeah. Okay.
So on a 9, you get to choose one. You take cover or secure a superior position. You get them good or get many of them. You control the collateral damage. You hold the target's attention, or you gain the upper hand.
I don't know what the difference between gain the upper hand or secure a superior position, but I want to make a hole through these gingerbread men and end up at the cauldron with this child.
Okay.
I I would guess that that's the first one, not take the upper hand, because take the upper hand gives you juice. I think
Okay.
if
Yeah,
you specifically
then
want to be at the
secure-
cauldron, then it's the first.
Secure a superior position.
Yep, that makes sense. So, with that in mind, what does it look like?
I feel like I tried to push these things back, but still one got up on Vermin again. And so, like, rather than continuing messing, my flamethrower is just going to go right back to mist, form as a bracelet again, and I am just going to run towards the cauldron.
Okay. You run into a young woman. She is dressed, as I said previously, and she is attempting to cook something in that cauldron of hers. Okay. She sees you coming, and she is going to sprint the other direction. She grabs onto a hook from the ceiling, and it quickly brings her up out of reach too, as she stands there sitting on this hook, looking at all of you.
Okay, what is around this cauldron right now?
What is around this cauldron? This cauldron has the furnace on one end and a bunch of gingerbread men in the other. And inside the cauldron is a... What color is this? Basically, it is a shimmering blue substance, a strange multicolored ichor that is swirled all around.
All right, I am going to form my bracelet into a long pole arm, and just using leverage and simple mechanics, I am going to ram it under this cauldron and try and just tip the entire cauldron up to spill onto the furnace. Either to douse it, or if nothing else, empty this cauldron.
Okay. You are trying to change the game, so please roll that for me, please.
Okay. A 12.
Damn. It spills everywhere. And with it, you get so many memories and feelings and thoughts and stories radiating off of the heat from this ichor.
Yeah, I want them out of this cauldron, and if I'm doing this in the direction of the furnace, does it affect that at all?
I will say it doesn't affect the furnace. It'll kind of pool all around it, and Ami, you will experience the weirdest trip of your life as stories and feelings and thoughts and ideas all swirl together as they get heated by the touch of the furnace. And she'll look down from you from her position and be, "What the fuck are you doing here? What do you want?"
This has to end.
It most certainly does not.
Why? Why are you doing all this? What's the point of it?
To survive, that's why.
How is this survive? What are you surviving on? The candy?
No. It was this or die at the hands of Magnum Opus.
Magnum Opus. Is that... Who the hell is that?
I don't think you need to worry about that, do you?
No, I mean,
But
honestly,
you
it's gonna.
just got into my way. I tipped that damn cauldron over. The amount of rifts it took to get that amount of ichor. You're going to pay for this. And with that, the door to the furnace starts to close.
You know, when
When
I
you
came
say
in
the
here, I thought that
door
the
is-
furnace, closing the furnace would be a good thing, and the way you said that, it made it sound
Yeah.
like a bad thing.
Are there people on the inside of the furnace? I guess
I'm sorry if I didn't explain
say-
it well. Ami is inside the furnace. The door has been
Ah,
opened.
okay.
And
Okay. That changes a whole lot of things.
In that case, I think John is going to try to change the game to break out to
Okay.
try and save her, and I think I'm gonna burn a mythos tag to like ensure that I can break out at least and get to her.
okay. So which one are you burning?
If it affects mythos powers, can you burn a mythos tag?
Oh, that's
One more time.
If the power is affecting mythos tags,
Counters the
can you
use of
still burn
mythos
one?
powers.
well.
You
how
could
about-
burn another tag.
The problem is,
Yeah. Well, let me ask: when John tries to like grab on or like push his way through the cage, does it hurt him? Does it like blast him back or something? Or
yes, it will, and you will have to. The problem is that you because of the way. So yes, Vermin is right, because of the way it counters that you would still get the -4 to your rolls, so it'd still be an 8.
okay.
So burning it would make it an automatic 12, but fuck it, rule of cool, I don't care. Just burn it and tell me how you use your power in a extraordinary way that makes you burn it. Okay?
And so I can't burn like a mythos tag then, a mythos power tag. you're
Burn a
saying?
mythos tag,
Okay.
so you can't use it later on in the scene. But tell me
Yeah.
how that happens.
I'm gonna go ahead and endure any punishment, and like originally like going against the cage and like it bounced back and like it like singes and burns, until like he just keeps doing that and like eventually he just starts like punching it, and then he just starts like grabbing it and like pulling himself through it. So like I imagine just like a wave of just pain and everything that he's like crawling through to like get out of it.
So by burning, you automatically get a 12, I believe, and no, you automatically get a 10, and you get 3 power.
Okay.
Okay. You can use that to create a story tag, burn a power tag, or a story tag. Give or reduce his status, 1 tier per point of juice. And then on 10 plus, you get a minimum of 2 juice, as I already said. And you can also use your juice to choose more. What would you like to do?
So it says I can reduce a power tag or reduce a tag on someone
So you can reduce a status
by 3. You said.
by 3. Yeah, you have 3 by the
Then
burning attack.
and it doesn't have to just be on me then.
Correct.
Okay. So I think like as he's like feeling the power, like, what's up?
You're fine. Just go.
Okay. I guess as he's like feeling the power like coming through him through the cage, of him like trying to break out,
Mm-hmm.
he looks to Ami, and he reaches out, and the like multicolored energy that's like making the cage that he's in, and is like channeled like through him now that he's like kind of merged his way into it. Like he reaches out, and a tether of that same energy reaches out and hits Ami's cage.
Okay.
And rather than trying to free himself, he's channeling the energy to take the energy from her cage and reduce the caged effect on her.
Okay. So you're reducing caged 4 down to caged 1 for Ami?
Yes.
Okay. Ami, as the door seems to slide shut, you feel the bars of your cage start to weaken. What do you want to do, Ami?
So she will, in relationship to where she is from this person, this Rachel person hanging on the hook, about how far is she?
I'd say 40 feet or so.
Um, she will. Ami, seeing this happen, will utilizing some of her probably like the last little bit of, you know, what she's experiencing currently with her mythos. And using some of that like spatial awareness bit. Basically what she wants to do is wedge the door open.
Okay. You're trying to change the game, I do believe, so why don't you roll for that? What do you want to use for that?
The spatial awareness, and then her super speed.
You will take a -1 because of the cage.
Sure. Oh no, it says -01. That doesn't work. And would act just before it happens count as well, since
Yeah, that makes sense.
she's trying to do it before it happens.
On a 9, you get juice equal to power. The power is currently 2. Expend your juice 1-to-1 to create a story tag, burn a power tag or a story tag, or give or reduce a status. If you don't mind, I can interpret for you.
Go for it.
Sounds like you are trying to burn the story, reduce the status of your cage down to 0, and are trying to create a story tag of jammed door.
Yep.
Okay, you do it. The cage falls out around you. However, you are still in the furnace right now. It hurts like hell. Actually, no, does it? Hold everything. Yes, it does, because you're still a rift. It hurts like hell. However, the door is jammed open, and you have a way to escape. Feel free to use that narratively if you like. With that, Rachel will scream, "No! How dare you!"
Are there other rifts in here with me?
Not in there with you, no. One at a time.
Okay. If
You are
there's
still getting
somebody else.
those weird stories and ideas and thoughts from the ichor that's heating up around you, but no one else here is physically with you.
Okay, then she will make her exit high as a kite and head towards the nearest rift cage she can find.
So she escapes and runs out to probably, I assume, John at this point.
Yeah, if he's the nearest one, she's just gonna attempt to break the cage open.
Sorry, I'm deciding what I want to do. She is going to swing down and see you escape, and she has a bat in her hand, or a knife that she pulls out of her pocket, and it's going to come swinging for you, Celine, I'd say. Please roll face danger. She is going to give you a nasty cut too if you don't succeed. Speaking of which, you roll a 5. Please.
First terrible roll.
Please take the nasty cut 2 as a jackknife cuts into you and you fall to the ground.
Okay.
Ami, what were you trying to do? Unless, Lexi, do you want to do anything right now?
Seeing the woman like go for Celine, I think what I want Lexi to do is basically tackle her and push her towards the furnace and try to like hold her in it.
Oh, interesting. You are trying to go toe-to-toe with Rachel.
Yes, I would like to go toe to toe with Rachel.
Okay.
I assume my burn is affecting me here.
If you're trying to physically move her around, I would say so, yes.
You know what? I'll burn Kingbreaker.
Okay.
To take 10 on that.
Okay. You take a 10 on that move, and on a 10, you choose 2. You achieve your goal, you get them good, or you block, dodge, or counter their best attempts. They're going to attempt to push you in as well, and actually, nope, go ahead.
Cool. I want to block, dodge, or counter her attempts.
Okay. And
And I only get to, or how many do I get to pick? 3?
you choose 2 on a 10.
I get her good.
Okay, you give your opponent a status with tier equal to power. What is your status you're giving her?
Rift drained 3. Or I know we call them sleepers, but I think maybe like the tag might be something like getting sleepy 3.
Okay. Unfortunately, she has a move called Switch Fates. When you give Rachel a negative status that poses danger to her body or mind, she switches places with you or turns it around so you get the status instead. So unfortunately, you do get her you hold her into place in the oven, but while you are there, you realize that she is not feeling affected. You are feeling a little sleepy.
Well, that's ass.
I will not go back to the streets, she says to you.
Do you even know who's using this?
Of course I know. You think I don't know what's happened to those people?
What about your brother?
What about my brother? I protected him.
Do you even know?
Know what?
He's taking the candy
Of
too.
course he's taking it.
You really don't give a shit, do you?
No, I don't. You know what? Maybe it's better for them. That's what they get for the fun they had. They got their wish, and then they go back to sleep. Okay? Why would you want to know any of this?
Because there's people that I can still protect.
Protect? Look at you.
What do you see?
A
You
proper,
think you have everything figured out? You're a child.
It looks like Celine is trying to hit them with all that she's got.
I want to shoot her with a single bullet in the head.
You rolled an 11 with power
Mhm.
equal to 2. Please choose 2 from the list.
I get them good.
The bullet goes.
And I get more of them.
What tier are you giving them?
Shot in the head.
2.
I want to give them,
Headshot.
and spoilers, everyone. I want to give them, no, it's too spoilery. But listen, I very much just, while they are talking and she says these things, it's gonna be just like in the movies where all of a sudden she stops talking and there is a bullet hole in her forehead. And I am just standing there, having formed my bracelet into a gun, holding it in my hands.
And with that, it gets eerily quiet in the Enclave. The flames die down a bit in the furnace. And the gingerbread men look a little confused. And it's deafeningly quiet. She's dead. And she stops talking mid-sentence.
I will just lower my arm, staring for a second. And then I will look up and meet eyes with Lexi for a few seconds. Look like I'm about to say something, and then just shake it off and run towards the furnace.
Lexi, you still feel sleepy, but you can step back from Rachel now, and you see she has been shot clean through. She is still wearing her tincture on her neck, but she has definitely stopped talking.
I think the show's camera would show us kind of like a double vision thing on Lexi as she kind of stumbles back from the furnace. And I think stumbles like into Celine. She turned it around on me. Everything's
It's okay.
foggy.
It's okay. She's gone.
I don't want to forget. I don't want to forget, because if I forget, do I forget about all this with you?
You won't forget. I'm right here.
If I forget everything. And she grabs Celine's hand. This meant the world to me. Being
If you
with you
forget-
again.
If you forget, it'll just give us a fresh start. And we can go on a first date again. And I'm just going to lean down and just kind of give her a little kiss on the forehead.
As that scene fades, we watch as you break John out of his cage, and you shove past some leftover gingerbread men. Do you do anything before you leave the Enclave?
burn it down, right? I mean,
I would like to take that tincture that's around her neck.
You do.
I would probably. Well, no, I don't think Lexi's in a state to look for things. I would, above the table, suggest that we look around to see if we can find anything referring to Magnum Opus. I don't know if she's got like notes or anything.
She doesn't have notes. You do find there are 6 duffel bags full of money. And, let's see. Other than that, you don't find any paperwork. You can assume she barely even knew the name.
Were there any other people in cages?
We'll say yes, there are. I don't know who they are, but you find some other rifts that were missing, and you free them from their cages as well.
I don't know how like lucid John is doing, so I think he's just kind of like following the others' leads at this point.
Okay.
Something tells me that that tripping tag is going to just get worse.
You can
eventually.
remove tripping 3 as you notice that the blue pebbles have disappeared.
Okay.
Celine's just gonna help everyone kind of limp out of here. The other rifts, after they've gathered the stuff that they want to gather, Ami and Lexi, and then, yeah, absolutely work to just burn this building down.
You're going to burn the building down?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I want it erased from the map.
We watch from the distance as the building burns. You can tell that it gets very, very hot. Hot enough to melt metal. And it burns into the night. Unless there's anything else, any other scenes that anyone else wants to do right now, we will end the game here tonight. And I have an epilogue after you've all said your goodbyes.
Okay.
Starting with Luca. Feel free to tell us what Celine does after this moment, and tell us a bit what we're going to see you in the future.
I think in a rare move, Celine's going to take you all back to her brownstone, where she has plenty of guest rooms. She will make sure you're comfortable. She will also have her personal doctor come by and take a look at any wounds that you may have. Send someone to go check on Ami's grandmother if she wants. And just a little bit, have a night of safety and even a week if we need. Just keeping an eye on everyone, because at this point, she's very concerned about everyone's mental states, more so than physical. And just wants everyone to be together and under the same roof and safe. So that's what she is going to do. And I am Luca Locke. You can find me everywhere as Luca Locke. And tomorrow I will be over on Nat 20 doing Smash Cut, which is always a wild ride. And then this weekend we have Dark Echoes and Murder and Coffee returns. And we have another special guest. This time is Harrison, product manager for the Mad Network. And he's talking to us about creating persistent campaigns and content. And then Sunday is the finale of Blood and Grit and the premiere of Shadow over Arnor, our Lord of the Rings 4-part miniseries run by Fazul. So that is where you can find me this week. And tonight I played Celine Caliburn, and her mythos is Excalibur.
Chrissy?
Yes. Hi guys, I'm Chrissy Kritz. I played Ami Ortelia. Her mythos is Mercury. Yeah. She will probably, to be polite, go back to Celine's brownstone for like a day or so. And then write a little note, probably on a very nice Caliburn Manor notepad that she found in some nightstand drawer, telling her, thank you, I appreciate you so much, but I just need some space, and sneak out a door as undetected as possible. And what she would do in between all of that, sending text messages just to check in every once in a while, but probably not too much more than that. Yeah, so me, where you can find me, here, hi, on this show. And then tomorrow I am in Oath Sworn, because I have to say it like that with my lisp or it sounds ridiculous. And then Thursday with Tyranny of Dragons. And then randomly throughout any number of one-shots coming up and the whole 9 yards. So if you're interested, check out the TPK schedule. I'm sure someone will link it. Join the Discord, come say hello to us. And if you haven't watched the rest of the episodes for this one, check those out on YouTube, because you need to catch up to speed. That's all.
All right. Hey, everybody. I'm Legendary Vermin. You can find me as Legendary Vermin on all the places on the internet that matter, which is, of course, Itch, Twitch, and, of course, Twitter. I'm in a bunch of stuff coming up. Catch me here Saturday at 5 p.m. Pacific. I'll be playing DungeonDelvers.tv with the creator and the rest of the Top Shelf crew for the last episode of the Top Shelf this season. And then catch me back here next Tuesday for The Heat of Loss, The Breeze of Hope, which is going to be a D&D one-shot where I play a cool skeleton. Finally, next Wednesday, you can catch me in Hubris of Man, which is our alien ongoing game. I have just finished making a very cool bit of prosthesis for that game. So get excited. We're gonna trial run that. If you're ever wondering where I am or where to find me or where to find my games that I make, go to www.legendaryvermin.com. You can see my streaming schedule. You can see my games. It's all great. And that's all for me.
All right. Hey, folks. Ekash the Orc here. You can find me on pretty much all the platforms. Twitch, Twitter, TikTok, all those places you can find me as Ekash the Orc. You can also find me around the Discord as well, just tossing out memes and trying to sneak my way into shows. I won't actually be in anything until next month when we do Madness Calls It Forth again, because I'm getting married in 2 weeks, y'all. So I'm going to be stepping back for a bit. And then hopefully once all that stress is back, I'll be back with the vengeance.
Excellent. My name is Proper Nerdy. I was your game master tonight, and I hope you all enjoyed it. If you have not seen our other episodes, I've just put the playlist for MCIF into the chat. c.tpkroleplay.com/madness. You can find me online as Proper Nerdy anywhere you like. I'm on the Discord as a staff member, and I make lots of pretty pictures and videos, including all the videos you saw today and all of the visuals you see right now. So I make lots of things for TPK Roleplay, and I mean, if you want to, you can hire me if you wanted to, but I'd really prefer it if you went to Twitch and, if you went to Itch and found my game Generational and played that with your friends or your found family. And it's a game about building a world together collaboratively. So I hope you enjoy that. Last but not least, I have an epilogue to tonight's episode, and I will leave you with that. Gotta find the perfect. There it is. It's a cold night in the city when Father Gregory wakes to tree branches rattling against the window of his bedroom. He decides to climb out of bed, donning slippers and a robe, and take a walk in the autumn night. Reaching the stone steps, he follows the short pathway between the parsonage and the parish. We hear a sound similar to the tree branches brushing against Father Gregory's window. He looks up and notices the air is still. The tree isn't moving this time. His head swivels to face the camera. We see the sound again, a soft rapping sound. Pulling from his robe pocket a large ring of keys, he unlocks the door into the church and walks into the eerie darkness. Moonlight shifts through the stained windows, making colorful reflections on the dark pews. Tut 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 tut, goes the sound again. Gregory fumbles with a very outdated flip phone as he surveys the room. Nobody seems to be here and the tabernacle looks untouched. Tut 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 tut, this time clearly from the front door. We jump outside to the front door and see a woman shivering in the cold as Father Gregory slowly opens the front door. Confusion quickly turning to surprise, he ushers her inside as the scene transitions to later in the evening. We watch as the father quickly brings a tray of tea and toast and biscuits to the table, with the woman swathed in a thick woolen blanket. "We were so worried sick about you, dear. We thought perhaps you had gone out to find Father John, but it certainly doesn't seem so." The woman's hair is brown from the roots, with darker hair a few inches down. Normally billowing curls flattened down into a wet mat. We see her face for the first time, and as she takes a shaky sip from her teacup, her eyes are gray and she looks listlessly past the camera. Father Gregory leans into the orange light of the kitchen pendant light. "Martha, what's happened to you?" And the scene fades to black.